What the hell? Who put this video game stream in my computer? Who did this? Fess up. I know it was one of yous. Welcome. We gotta go. More case 3. We started it. I feel like we're not that far into it, but I'm excited for more. Case 3. You're never gonna believe it. Oh my god, I can't believe it's not case 4. I can't believe it's not butter. Welcome. If you missed the last stream, I can try to get you caught up on case 3. There's been a delectable, delicious, chocolatey murder, and oh boy, it's been good so far. They made 3 of these. I know, it's crazy. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing good. Let me get into it. Good shoot to go. We reviewed the previous 2 games. Game of the conclusion. There's no cool men in Ace Attorney. Damn. I mean, Godot's pretty cool, but I wouldn't say there's no cool men. I mean, there's a lot of pathetic men in the franchise. Maybe that's why I relate with it so strongly. Anyway, my favorite type of sweet is chocolatey, bloody salt lamps. Oh, but those are my 2 favorites right there. I'm gonna try to get going, because get this train out of the station, because no stream tomorrow, no stream Sunday. So I'm assuming we won't finish case 3 today, but I'd like to take a good chunk out of it and not just yap about whatever random other nonsense is floating around in my brain. But thanks for tuning in. Hope everyone's having a good one. Etc. The hell is Tiger Butter? He made a notebook full of cool one-liners to get into the mindset. I love Shoot Takumi's brain so much. Phoenix is cool when he's in parent mode. Yeah, but that wasn't until, like, Ace Attorney 4, really. Kinda, yeah, I don't know. I guess you could argue some of the dynamic between him and Pearl is kind of fatherly. So, Winston Payne's right there. I know, right? I mean, a creator not understanding their creation. Name a better duo. Business weekend. Oh, there you go. It's a special fudge. I have a salt lamp. As soon as I brought it home, my dad started licking it. Is your dad a cat? Anyway. What's happening over here? Between streams. Not the best name. Sam Barina 2016 and Malinor resub. Thank you all so much. Hope you enjoy the emotes and stuff. Thank you. Figment, thanks for 74. Case 3, am I right? Actually, best case in the game. It's off to a strong start. It's like a procession of locked room mysteries with all open doors. I don't know. It's been neat so far, and I'm assuming that the structure of the case is gonna bounce back and forth now, because it seems like we're in like modern day with Miles and Eddie. So I'm down. It seems like a different kind of a pace. It's cool. I like Gregory. I mean, obviously he's not as silly as a protagonist as I'm used to. Like, obviously Phoenix is just a lovable goof, and Miles is very straight-laced and buttoned up. But the way they work with his interior monologue and the way that he bounces him off of the people around him, he's a very strong personality. So there's a lot of room for him to have friction with people, which is fun. Whereas Gregory's, by comparison, much more normal, which makes it maybe less fun to be him, to wear his shoes or whatever, but I don't know. The circumstances are interesting enough. I don't really care. And it helps to have a more buttoned-up character to face off against Manfred von Karma. If he was a complete goof and then Von Karma was just immediately dismissive of him, there wouldn't be any potential tension there, so. A normal lawyer for a normal age, yeah. Miles also goofy, just really loves Steel Samurai. I am. I mean, that's the thing, is I'm not gonna say Miles is, you know, a flat, boring character, but it took a while to build him up to this point. Yeah. I'm planning on checking out Yooka-Laylee. I am very curious about Yuka. As someone who backed the original Kickstarter and was extremely excited for it, and then didn't finish the game when it came. I got to like partway through the second world/level, I think. I didn't even make it that far. I remember even that there was a playable beta/demo for Kickstarter backers that if you finished it, it gave you like a secret. It was like, in the full game, do this, and you'll get like a little thing. And I didn't even make it far enough to get to that little secret thing. So, suffice to say, I was disappointed. I was bummed. So, Replay definitely seems like something that was made for me to be like, well, give it another shot. As far as do I have time in the schedule right now? Don't know. I at least want to finish this first, and then by the time I'm done with this, there'll be 8 other games I want to play. So we'll see. Yeah, it's just I didn't think it was gonna be that much, but I just remember that in my brain of like, oh, I gotta remember when I play the full game, and it's just been in my brain all these years. It was like ground pounding on a specific rock somewhere. But that's what I was gonna say. MD Major beat me to it. Is like I did play Impossible Lair when it came out, and that game was holy shit. Did people sleep on that game? Impossible Lair is one of the best 2D platformers of its age. Full stop. It is a solid game all around. I can kind of unequivocally endorse it for anyone that likes 2D platformers, especially of that kind of style of like a. Remind me of like Rayman Legends in terms of like, oh, this is just a banger game with lots of fun little ideas in it and great execution. And I think people just saw, oh, it's another ukulele game that kind of knocked it out kind of quick. So maybe this was phoned in. No, it's fucking good. The music is really good. The presentation, the level design, the controls. It's 2D. It has very little in common with the original ukulele. So maybe check that out too. But yeah. Anything planned for Dongtober? I mean, you know we're going to do a Dongtober stream at some point. It's not on the books yet, but it is cooking. Yeah, the Pikmin thing. Was it in the Nintendo app? Whatever. I saw the blurb that they were like, it was a Nintendo Pictures internal thing, which I was like, yeah, that was the theory I saw presented that made the most sense. So it's weird they just didn't say that when the video dropped, but... Well, Dongtober's right now. Exactly. Get on the Discord server. People are posting good shit in the Dongtober chat every single day. I've been keeping an eye on it, and there's already some amazing stuff in there. You'll love to see it. 'Tis the season. They're talking about it. They're taking down a re-upload of it on YouTube. But they uploaded YouTube. You mean people re-uploading the thing they posted on the Nintendo app about it? Oh. Okay. Well, I don't need to watch a thing. I just need the blurb. I just saw the text of, here's what it was. I'm like, okay. The near impossible level exists in the center of the map and everything surrounding its own servers, making it less impossible is really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think I mostly ignored it. Because, the structure of the impossible layer is like playing the game makes the impossible layer possible, which is a fun concept. You can beat it from the beginning of the game. It's just ridiculously, stupidly hard. So I like that concept. I've seen some people kind of push back on it, being like, I don't like that it's just always there taunting me. I'm like, well, I don't know. It's like Breath of the Wild. Like, you can go beat the game right now. It's just going to kick your ass. So it's not likely you'll do it, but it's just there if you want to do it. So. Oh, there's a version where the Pikmin are visible? Like real or fan-made? It plays better when you enter the world first time. You get all the new moves right away without finding them. The whole world makes the world bigger is gone. Whole world to start. They did 25 new pages. Yeah, I did read a little thing about the, because I backed the original ukulele, so I've been getting emails from them of like, here's the Kickstarter. Like, remember us? They sent out a ping to Kickstarter backers. So yeah, I'm familiar with the changes they made. I think the bigger question is like, is it enough? I don't know, because like in my mind, I almost wonder if the best possible version of Ukulele 1, assuming they're gonna make a Ukulele 2 or something, is the best possible version of that. Even like I fell into the trap of, oh, it's my nostalgia, and it's a lot of people that made the thing I'm nostalgic for making a new thing, and then being confronted with it is just like, oh. Maybe nostalgia is a hell of a drug. So that's why I'm like, I don't know if I'll stream it or not. But I'm definitely interested in checking it out at some point. But yeah. It was on the app only. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so they made versions with little Pikmin. I see. Ooh. With Pikmin version. Anywhere else, I was like, gotcha. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess they're just really trying to... I mean, they have every right to knock down people re-uploading their stuff. It's just like... I have to adjust to the only way for me to see this thing is to download their weird app, which I don't care about. I'm very much spoiled by the social media age being like, well, if it's out there, it's going to be on one of these major platforms that I can just click on a link and watch it in my browser and not have to go on my fucking iPhone. So, you know, there's that too. I generally prefer to consume media on my computer, and it feels like it keeps it, I don't know, in a little box that's in a spot instead of my phone that I just carry with me all the goddamn time. Anyway. I also think Banjo's one of the best games I've ever made. I mean, I'm a big fan of Banjo. And I'm even somewhat of a Tui apologist. And something of a DK64 apologist, just kind of less so. But that said, like, Yeah, I think if you're gonna make a new, I mean, I would almost call it like something like Mario Odyssey a modern collectathon, because its approach is very different, and I really vibed with Odyssey. But I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. It's hard for me to hypothesize, having not just been hands-on with Yuka Replay. But again, if anyone watching checks it out and they're like, well, we'll see what. I already streamed Tui. Go to the VODs. I'm not doing it again. It's too much. If anyone hasn't played Impossible Layer though, whether or not you think you're in the market for Replay, if you're a fan of 2D platformers, definitely give it a peep. Peep at it with your eyeballs. Really? Yeah, a while ago. That was years ago. Conker's Bad Freddy, not vibing with it. Conker's is very much more. It's less of a traditional collectathon 3D platform. It's more about its gimmicks, its level-specific gimmicks, and very dated pop culture references for the most part. Which at the time, holy shit, blew my mind as a child who didn't have access to M-rated games, so just kind of got like osmosis, just little bits and snips of it through the years. Was quite a long time before I actually got to play it myself, and then I was like, oh. Oh dear. Anyway, I don't think that's one I'll stream through on stream. Don't know. Anyway, I mean, one of the first, the introduction of the context-sensitive button is you pissing while you're drunk, which is pretty good, especially for an N64 game. The House of Pikmin 4 feels too clean for that to be the implication. Implication of what? Anyway, Winter Rose, thanks for 94 months. That's so many. Miles Man. I just want some tea and play some chess. Just give Miles a quiet night in. That's all he needs. Not the best name. Thanks for 68 months. Thanks for the prime. Bar Bobble. Geeky Cultures. Thanks for 9. Curb Dance. A Smash a Mat. Thanks for the bits. Yeah, they dropped Bubsy on Nintendo Switch Online. Also Mario and Wario, which is always cool when they were like, by the way, here's this thing that's never been released. There is a Bubsy collection, so it's kind of strange. There's no Mega Man or Castlevania, for example. Maybe they're desperate to get people to try out the first game. Also Mario and Wario. And Fatal Fury Special. Yeah. I've gone on the record many times talking about how I'm not a fan of the subscriptionification of everything. That said, make sure you hit the subscribe button on stream and give me a share of $6, or hit the Prime button. But specifically, I mean, like, in terms of, like, I joke. A subscription to someone on Twitch is like I'm supporting the quote-unquote, gigantic air quotes, work that you do. Just supporting the stream, supporting whatever it is, as an ongoing effort, as opposed to subscribing, meaning you get access to a library of content, like a Netflix, like a Game Pass, like a Nintendo Switch Online. To me, those are different categories. It's still a recurring subscription, but gaining access, it's like whether or not you give me a cent, you have access to all the VODs on YouTube. Like it's a different thing. And I'm not just saying that because I'm in a glass house. Like I genuinely think those are separate things. Subscription is something you get access to, like Nintendo Switch Online or whatever, like that library. I'm just like, like on the one hand, I wish I missed the Wii and the Wii U being the like, here's $5. Okay, now I have Mario 64 forever, instead of like, well, if I unsubscribe, you know, I bought a goddamn wireless new GameCube controller to play like 5 minutes of Wind Waker and go like, yep, it's Wind Waker. If I stop paying a subscription, this becomes useless, which is like, yeah, okay, that's stupid of me to do. But that said, and I talked about this in light of the Virtual Boy getting dropped on NSO, it's like, if it being a subscription means the pressures internally are different on the kinds of things that they're pushing for and the kinds of things they want to surface on it, because then it's less about like, well, is it worth the effort to port this and modernize it and make sure it do the QA and whatever, make sure it works on this hardware? Is that worth it for like 3 people to buy this game? As opposed to, well, anything you add is by definition a value add to the subscription. So they can justify adding a fuck ton of Virtual Boy to NSO, which they never did on the Wii. They never did that on the Wii U. They never did that anywhere. And they probably never would have, even if those consoles were still going today. So it's like, well, it kind of makes the equation a little bit muddier in my brain, because they're giving us Mario and Wario officially. That exercise the last ghost of DL6. I don't know. I said I was going to try to keep the pre-stream ramble brief, and now here I'm rambling about Virtual Boy again. So, they can tell me garbage and be cool, because even if you just boot up for 10 minutes and go, neat, like, that's still you taking advantage of your weird subscription, so. I really can't fault it as much in that context. At the very least, I can maybe partially better grapple with the mindset of a subscription giving you access to a library of classic games. In light of Game Pass doubling their price and removing some perks, I can bang the same drum I've been banging for years, that Game Pass has always given me bad vibes. And this isn't me on a high horse or anything. It's a very insanely high value proposition prior to the price bump, at least. Because it was like, how is this sustainable? It's so cheap and you get like AAA games day one for less than it would cost to buy the game? How does this make sense? The answer is it doesn't. It's a loss leader kind of, well, not loss leader. It's a sort of like enshittification model. It's you capture the market at a really stupidly cheap rate, and then you inflate prices once you've captured it. It's what Uber did. They basically almost took taxis out of business as a concept, and now Uber is like 5 times as expensive as it was when it was first hitting the scene. So that's what Game Pass always is to me, and it's like, not only that, it's not an outside party coming in, it's Microsoft, and they have a long history of being shitty with a number of things. So it's just like, nah. I don't like the idea of Microsoft holding the biggest levers of control over what games get visibility in the industry. I'm just going on a whole number of fucking tangents now. The point being that I just don't like subscriptions in any context, just as opposed to just being able to buy a thing. But there's certain situations where I feel like it is like, again, in a classic games model where it's just like, hey, you're just getting like fucking Bubsy. You're getting this weird version of Fatal Fury. You're getting Mario and Wario. It's like, well, it makes it harder for me to complain about. Because would I drop $5 on Mario and Wario? No. But I have access to it now, so I can grab my weird Switch 2 Joy-Con and play it for 10 minutes and be like, neat. So, and they can change the terms, you can't do anything. Yeah, because you already are embedded in that system, so. I mean, I want to be very clear. I'm not judging anyone. If you've ever used Game Pass, if you continue to subscribe to it, it is a very good value for what it is. I just worry about the larger implications of something like that becoming dominant within the industry. As like one spoke of a wheel, it's probably mostly harmless. Except we've already seen the aspect where some devs have talked about you can't share the terms publicly of what those deals are. But it's like, basically, if you are on Game Pass, like, if you're gonna port to Xbox, you might as well be on Game Pass, because otherwise no one will buy your game, and we're already seeing Xbox just kind of implode. And Game Pass is not the reason for that, but anyway, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I love talking about this stuff, but I'm just gonna not play Ace Attorney, so let's do it. More like game hams! Subscription and shitification of the modern day power couple. They are subdomber, latched on like two leeches. Live service and battle passes? No. I'll save my rant for another time. I think there's very specific instances where those models make sense, and it being applied to everything is to the detriment of a lot of those games. And even people are like, well, it's free. I don't have to pay. I mean, that's free to play is a separate part of that, but I don't know. I feel like live service is partially responsible for me not caring about the last couple big Monster Hunters, which makes me sad. Because Wilds is like, hey, we added a new thing, and I'm like, okay, I guess. it just feels more consumable, disposable to me than like, oh, we like, I don't know. What are your views on socioeconomic theories as it pertains to video games again? Yeah, so I think video games are a really, really interesting dynamic. Anyway, Tina the P-Fan, thanks for soup. Thanks to Chugga Conroy recently starting a Kingdom Hearts 1 LP. Decided to rewatch your Kingdom Hearts summary vids, and I had a dangerous thought. That gif of baby Kairi from the Birth by Sleep segment, it has the opposite energy of Keep It Up. I vote Keep It Down, or Dave on Discord said Keep It Clean or Simple. You specifically mean the baby Kairi that waddles over and falls down? I mean, I've been wrong before, but I feel like in my mind that's like too, it wouldn't read as an emote because you'd have to scale it down really itty bitty. Like Keep It Up is a circle. Kairi's just like this weird lanky child. I could massage the idea. I mean, I'm already stealing, in case you missed it, I am stealing my own art for the Metal Gear video that is still happening. I haven't worked on it on stream in a while, but I'm still cooking on it in the background, and I'll come back to it on stream soon. I basically traced over it to make Sunny for MGS4, and it made me smile, so that's kind of my rule of thumb. It's like, well, first of all, stealing your own art isn't stealing, that's just being smart. And second of all, it's just a funny gag to just reuse the exact same vibe for a very similar character. So, thief! Get him, thief! So, anyway, yeah, so I don't know if I'll add it as an emote, but I'm glad that baby Kairi brought you joy. It brings me joy. The FromSoft art policy, exactly. Put it back. I'm gonna sue myself. Gilly, thanks for 87 months. Someone has a baby multiplayer mod complete with player collision. What? Someone has made a baby multiplayer mod with player collision. A baby mod for what? I feel like I'm missing some context there. Auburn Bear, thanks for 35 months. Yippers, keep it up. Smash, thanks for the bits. Yeah, the short was made by Nintendo Pictures, and they acquired it in 2022. They promised more animation from the studio. This was brought before Nintendo Pictures did some work on Death Stranding 2. That's rad. Oh, baby steps. Oh. The word steps was missing. It just said baby Okay. A multiplayer mod for baby steps? Christ. I mentioned that I did finish baby steps on stream. There is a post-credits segment, and I gave it my best, and then said, fuck that. And then I watched on YouTube what the final payoff is. And it was fun, but it was, yeesh. That game is a goddamn disaster in a very fun way. I yelled about it. I don't remember what stream it was. It was something. But I went on a whole baby steps ramble a few streams after that stream. Where I showed my path and stuff. Pinipack, thanks for gifting a sub to 11LX1. LX1, UFO 50 reference? Invader Zimmer, thanks for 38 months. Happy DKCO. The way that it shows up in my alert is without it being turned into an emote. So I know it says Donktober, but it's just like all the raw text of the emotes. Happy Donktober. Asher the Vonix for 90 months and a tier 2. 90 months of pure lovely shenanigans gets been trapped in this house for a long time. You can check out any time you'd like. But you can never leave. Mango Art, thanks for 7. You got it, boss. 07. And Free the Okras, thanks for 80 months. Thanks for the Prime. Did you know with Prime, you can click a button? I still don't know what's going on, because Amazon/Twitch said, hey, by the way, we're like ending... We're like rolling Twitch Prime and Prime Gaming into Amazon Luna, which is their thing that still exists for some reason. Except nothing has changed on the Twitch end. It all says Prime Gaming everywhere still. So I don't know if they're actually going to change the name of that. I mean, I only just got used to calling it Prime Gaming. I still call it Twitch Prime sometimes. So, exactly. Amazon what? It's clearly, it feels like a boardroom. Hey, no one cares about this thing and everyone knows about this thing. So let's do this. Instead of this, which makes more sense, let's do this. Remove the thing people know and have associations with and put it on the umbrella the thing no one cares about. So that's pretty cool. The fuck is Luna? It's like their gaming platform thing that no one uses. I mean, maybe someone uses it. Sometimes you get free Luna games with Prime Gaming. Usually I just redeem the codes for like GOG and Epic and don't look at the Luna stuff, but you know. It's supposed to be a case in between last case and this case during development, but Yama's like, sure, decided to scrap the case because fellow games team won. Which thank fuck, because I mean, I don't know. I don't know why. I feel like these cases haven't really been that much longer than previous Ace Attorney games, but the pacing of cases 1 and 2 have felt longer. I think just the structure of like, you're close to the truth and then there just keeps spiraling in place. When they're standing in the same room for like 2.5 hours, it's just like, holy shit. And then another thing, it's just like, okay. This one so far has been bouncing around a lot, so. Is it strictly cloud gaming? Is that, it's just their cloud gaming, okay. Yeah, which makes me care less, because I'm very lucky and privileged enough to have gaming hardware, so I don't really need access to cloud gaming. So, I'm good, but, you know, boardroom simulator, you know. Case are massive, in which case, let's get back into it. Me, keep the preamble to a minimum. We got video game to play. Also me, talks for half an hour without playing the video game. I just want to keep listening to Kirby's Dream Buffet. Let's be real. Let's be real. I just want to listen to more Kirby music. It's a banger soundtrack. Yeah, well, yeah. Except cloud gaming has the strongest argument in favor of a subscription model because you're basically renting server space in addition to just getting access to a license to play a game. So you could argue that does make sense. But as I said, I'm good. Every time I rant, you just keep it up. Benny's the Oboe, thanks for 2 years. I still have to catch up on the VODs. Can't stick around, but in honor of my completing mission 12 months, can I get the pirate song? There you go. I pressed it too fast. It didn't even play anything. All right, here you go.
swim through storms and waves, all because you see grand treasure and adventures waiting just for me.
We be pie. We be pie. We love to sail the desert seas. How appropriate for this case. All right, let's get the fuck back to it. Welcome back. What are we doing? Who knows? There was a case that Gregory was working on in this very abode. This was the home of a guy whose name I forgot. Well, I don't have any of their profiles now, so that's cool. There was the guy, the cooking show guy. Samson. King Samson. And he cut all the cakes in half, right? And so he was accused and presumably convicted of a murder because Manfred clearly won that case. Otherwise, nothing else we know about it makes sense. So that's fun. So we spent some time running around as Gregory, learning about some of the players, and Manfred was there getting up to shenanigans. Oh, that was Solomon. You're right. Samson's the hair guy. Right. You are correct. Tangaroa, the Maori god. Yeah, that is a fun hybrid of cultures. The stage plays. So anyway, we're back in the present day, and Eddie's just been rambling about. But what's weird is that this was Samson's estate, where they were having a competition, but in the modern day, it's a museum of some sort. It's a gallery, presumably open to it's open to the public. It's got hours, so something's going on here. Something happened in the interim. Yeah, and his name was Robert Frost. You do not want to start case 4 tonight, if we even get there. If this case is half as long as case 2, it'll be a miracle if we finish it today. So, they got Gary killed right after these other working. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know. I guess we never really knew about. It's been so long since I played Ace 31. I forget a lot about the context of what Manfred's motivations were for killing Gregory. So, maybe this case gets into that. Maybe that's the entire point of this case. We for sure won't get there tonight. Yeah. Big if. Because he got a penalty. What did they tell us about that? Was there any context, or was just like, oh, there was a case? There was a case, he got a penalty, and then he sought vengeance. Okay. The only penalty on his record. Okay, and then this is the case that resulted in that penalty? Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, because it was all tied into force. I forget exactly what came out in light of things after the fact and what was known about at the time. So, yeah, anyway, I'm sure they'll get into it. Trash Gremlin? Thanks for the prime. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. Happy to have you. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, it's like I don't want spoilers for this case, but I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to remember about Ace 31. There's been a lot of bullshit since then. Anyway, whoa. Went deep on that one. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. I had no idea that was how it all came about. Ruined his record. But he still won the case, right? It was just with a penalty. I guess we'll see. I read the files. They didn't go into they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail. Talking about running into every corner in the room and pressing the A button. Getting actually shot with the last drop. Some people have been calling it the best third case in the series. I mean, so far so good. I'm enjoying it. I'll bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution too. His record was bloodied. Von Karma was the one in charge after all. What happened with the case after that? Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, that was where we left things. Because we mostly went into Samson's room and then little lady who might secretly be old, her not real sculpture candy castle. Then they were like, let's go into the victim's room, and everything was melted already. So, clearly they melted the evidence, which... Didn't Manfred already go in there? Did he just go in there and raise the thermostat and melt everything in that time? That's kind of fun. What a dastardly... He was probably like, this is the easiest forgery of evidence ever. Just raise the thermostat. Tiny British fraud? Delicious scone, thank you. Yeah. I wouldn't call it the best, but it's very good. I mean, we'll see. Yeah. Cutscene skip Easter egg, no. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could reach a verdict in the trial. I guess because this was before they were like, every trial is 3 days, max. A year? Yeah, Gusto, he's fun. This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. There you go. I see. Before the initial D system. D stands for defense. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? Dane Gustavia. Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts, or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. And if it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days, but back then it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah? Indeed. And the site of the IS-7 incident. Well, word is Frost's ice sculptures are suddenly back on display 18 years after that faithful day. Wasn't he in the what's now the Summer Wing? Because wasn't Winter Wing where what Delicia Scone was? Or am I misremembering the logistics of what was where? More than 3 days courtroom drifting. Double courtroom drifting. The same trial in 2 courtrooms at once. The very sculptures the victim made. He was in autumn? Was Gusto in summer? He was farthest right room. Oh, okay. Am I correct at least that Scone was in winter? Because I seem to remember we skipped a room. We were supposed to go clockwise. But anyway. The rooms got switched. All these are on a turntable, and everything rotated 30 degrees, whatever, every time they left the rooms. So, we did skip summer. Okay. But summer is Gusto's room, then. IS means ice cream in Danish. The building's a clock. It's a giant sundial. Could they were just modeled on the originals, but I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. We have not visited Gusto's room, you know. Samson, Gusto, Scone, and Frost. Okay. Alrighty then, let's take a look at these icy marvels, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known. Most snazzily. So, Winter Wing, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. The gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits. What gives? I just noticed that Eddie, as an adult, has a little notepad in his pocket there. Do you think he still eats the paper when no one's looking? Fender. Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. Yeah. A door? A locked door? It is freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. Because that's where it was in the past. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. Oh, neat. Can you eat them? Oh, no. Oh. Oh, what the fuck was his name and her name? Ah, jeez. Ron? Was it Ron? Ron Delight? And, what was... And his hot wife! And his hot wife! Desi Delight. Forgot her name. Christ. I see their kids still keeping it chilly as all heck in these rooms. About to turn into a popsicle stick. Delightful. Why is he still his mask outfit? So you recognize him? Is probably the real answer. You know, okay, it's fine. This starts to edge Worth into, like... I'm not upset, but it's just like, this is the kind of fan service where it's like, if you didn't play that game, you'd be like, what the fuck is going on here? Clearly they're important to the case. Look how over-designed they are. But it's just like a random reference. Who's the demon child to the right, though? It is the Winter Wing, you know, but you're right. It's like a freezer in here. Could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. The temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there, if memory serves. Fender Munchin notes. Perceive, listen, and num num num. Hey, Milester, can you go peep the degree? You know how a lot of streamers have a noted emote where they're like writing things and nodding and looking down? Like, yeah, okay, I got it, write it down. A version of that, but he's going home, home, and just eating the notes as he writes them. Yeah. It's like a very common archetype for an emote. But how many people have a noted emote where they eat the notes afterwards? And Milester, can you peep the degree count? I'm thinking a complaint to the management's in order. There is such a thing as too cold, yeah? Write that down. Time traveling to Damon Gant. No! All right, if you insist. Take your time, nosy around, take in the sights while you're at it. I've got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on his grave so you can have a gander. Of course. It's being a bit blunt about the old Gregory shenanigans. Oh yeah, it would have to be a pop-pop. Pop-pop. Write it down. You're combining a couple different ideas there. There are 2 large ice statues on display. Guess these are remakes of Frost's work from 18 years back. Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculpture is a heck of an art form, huh? It is. These are the works my father never got to see. To think that I get to see them instead, so many years later. I mean, the obvious question is, how did they know? How do they know what the ice sculptures were supposed to look like? And if so, how did they not have that as part of the trial 18 years ago? Thanks, Lucy. Finally out of Vodland. Lucy in chat. Back in the chat. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Sorry to button while you're deep in a think hole, Milester. Think hole? I'm glad that my, like, using my brain mechanic is not called Miles' think hole. Would you mind looking this way a sec? This way? Beautiful. Yeah, just like that. Fender, really? Say cheese. While we're all thinking about your dead dad, cheese. Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. Nick Wood, what? My bad, big guy. My bad. Had to check if this old thing was still working is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, vintage model. You ever hear of an instant camera? Those are really, really, really hard to take a selfie with. I'm impressed. It develops the picture right after you take the shot. Still twist my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. Should've known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Vintage. I mean, instant Polaroids are pretty old. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here. Say cheese, chat. Fuzzy Pickles. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Polaroids are older than the 90s. I should have been a paparazzo. These are gold, and they develop right away. Want to see? Well, since you've already shoved one in my face. Alright, Brainiac. Question. What do these 2 sculptures represent? They appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, 2 constellations best observed during wintertime. Bingo, he shoots, he scores. Phew, you're a regular encyclopedia, Mouster. Guess that's why this is the Winter Wing, right? Because they have the Winter Star stuff on display here. We are case 3. Why'd you use a Polaroid camera for crime scene photography? Probably because it's not an official investigation, they're just fucking around. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, this one's yours for keepsies. Thanks. So the victim made the same Zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago. Thanks yet. Sure did, lovingly crafted life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in photos though. But these are the spit of the originals. This is what you wanted to show me? Yep, think Gregory would have wanted you to see him too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Palio. Let's say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion. Absolutely not. Do-do-dee-do-do-do. Apricot. Get out of here, ads. Get out of here. Huh? Fender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh, yeah. It's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. Here, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. You feel like security would be like, what are you doing? Dang thing's locked. There you go. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the art. According to the pamphlet, the Winter Wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Hooey, that's colder than a snowman's cold bits. Than a snowman's nutsack. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Happy belated birthday. Did Fender shake the Polaroid picture, yes or no? Oh, I know how I would answer that. Did Fender shake the Polaroid? Boom. I guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting a snuggle. Bring it in. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. Says real motivation for bringing him here. It's gonna be so chilly. A salt lamp with a hexagonal base. Wow. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac above it. Both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations visible during winter. Winter constellations on display in the Winter Wing, and uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the Summer Wing too. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day? But then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not. What with it being hollow on the inside? There's a constellation engraved into the surface along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. I don't know the Pleiades are part of Taurus. Why cram so many stars in one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things. Subaru. Where's Eustace? I don't know. He's your God and Savior. Start praying. He'll show up. Alright, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another wing and see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour over here. I suppose so. Oh, I didn't get a chance to talk to Ron. Are the Pleiades the eye test stars, or is that a different constellation? There's like a very small cluster of stars somewhere in the night sky that, like, if you can count like a certain number of them, you got good vision. What was that? It came from the fountain room. Let's go see what's up. Anybody know what I'm talking about? All right. Well, I just remembered I have an appointment. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta get good stream. Catch you later. I'll be back in like a month or two. I gotta take a hiatus. You know how it is. Honestly, I'm not super upset to see Larry. I'm just like, well, does this mean Olbag is nearby too? Yeah, we can just switch over to Great Ace 3 right now. If it stinks, it's probably the taint. Hello. I just said, oh goddammit, out loud. And he killed the old man Gusto. There's someone on the ground. Is that? Larry, what are you doing here? Never mind that. What on earth is going on? Edgy! You should have seen it. It was awful. Just calm down and tell me why there is an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything. He just fell down in front of me. Wait, I know this guy. Is everything all right? 78% of chat thinks the Fender shook the Polaroid. Yeah, I agree. Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys? No trial, lock him up. This smell. He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room. What? What? Good, luckily for me, I've built up a tolerance. I inhale a little poison gas every day before afternoon tea. I guess no one evacuated then, cool. Sorry, I farted. Larry. How's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out and it sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedics said there are no signs of external injury and that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive. Just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with a specialist. I see. I couldn't help noticing that it seemed like you knew him, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusto. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. The confectioner. He was here 18 years ago, too. Thank you, Bumfus. Larry's smoking a fat blunt in that room. Any hoozles, this guy here seems like he's in rude health. Old pal of yours, Miles Areno? Yes. Every line from Eddie becomes more and more ridiculous. Something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that. Are you serious, Edgy? The theme song for I'm Stressed Out. You've known me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Loris Donim when I'm dressed like this. So no more Larry, okay? Got that? This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Loris Donham. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Whoa, grade school buddies, I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always worried you never click with anybody. Hear that, Edgy? You're lucky to have a friend like me. I never knew I was the cause of such worries for my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Loris, Edgy, how many times do I have to tell you? What are you doing here? What's with the demon eyes? All right, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that. Good, now talk. You want to know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think? For my art, of course. And I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon, so I thought I better scope the place out. Not actually for your art at all. Loris, my man, an artist and a romantic. You have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Oh, sure, it's nice to have somebody take an interest for once. Spare me. Oh, by the way, Loricio, did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? Oh, the old guy. He just appeared and then, splat, he was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for. Also, I don't believe you. Oh. Inconvenient teacups. Honored guests, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager. Another person from the IS-7 incident. Good to see you, Judes. There she is. Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure. You know, okay, you know, when I first saw her, I thought that she was older than she was 18 years ago, and for that, I apologize. She didn't have gigantic bazongas. I didn't realize that was... I forgot that that's how Ace Attorney artists go. This character is over 20. They get the giant bazongas instantaneously. Yeah, it's like I don't have a comparison. Something that, you know, when you're older. It's like old people have like droopy ears, you know, or like a bigger nose. Except Maya. Well, yeah. She's supposed to be 35 by she should look older than Old Bag. Yeah, true. Is she in my... No. Carmelo Gusto. Poisonous gas. Outside the Autumn Wing, right. Which was where... What's-his-face was his art. It was supposed to be the Ice Room 18 years ago. Okay. Hair length, yes. Yeah, she should be a shriveled old creature. If she's... Oh my god, 35? Chad, is anyone even alive who's over 34? Is that even possible? They're gonna give, oh, Spirit of Justice, Maya. Huge bazongas. No. Hey, little hog, thanks 27. Always a pleasure. She doesn't look older than Miles, right? She was at the reception desk when we arrived. She's the one in charge here. Claire Obscura. I can't believe you had to go through something so awful and on our first day in business. Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh, wait. I guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late, great Gregory. Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well. Oh, that... Oh, well, there... Oh. She had a whole song and dance routine. Isn't this fabulous? That great man's son here with Oos. 18 long years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2. Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're in good voice as ever. Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're a prosecutor. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions. She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I, get an autograph? You can write it in here. Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing. Why do you want it, Larry? Rude! You know who she is, right? Come on, Milester, you don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing? Guess that's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here's a living legend, not just TV, movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it. Hee hee. Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. Finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are. And good luck with your artistic endeavors. Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it till my dying day. Ah, you and me are peas in a pod, Loris. Peas in a gosh dang pod. How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity. A real artist drawing our exhibits, what an honor. Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy, seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back. He's gonna find another dead body, isn't he? He's real live wire, that one. What's one way of putting it? I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now? You mean Delicia? Delicia Scone? She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. Wait, so when they're like, oh, Gusto was poisoned by poison gas, he's in the medical room with a specialist. They didn't even bring him to hospital? He's just in the building still? I guess so we can interrogate him for gameplay reasons, but that seems strange. If it's that dire, why is he not in an ambulance right now? I couldn't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long. No time. The poison for Gusto. Gusto's poison. You got trophies, autographs on a hotel notepad? Hell yeah. Whatever works. The gallery is nice you work. Yeah. I mean, and by that we mean just a nice room. We've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? All the characters turning from Phoenix's point of view makes sense. It makes sense why Edgeworth is so handsome and Gregory looks so old. Sure have. Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Somebody tells me this isn't a coinky-dink. Even if one room has poison gas, you'd evacuate the whole building, right? Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea. A drop of the old Judy-bound special blend, why not? For old time's sake. That would be lovely, thank you. It's a shame that we didn't get Layton versus Edgeworth. Because they would have just shared a cup of tea and just sat in a comfy room for like 5 hours and then the game would have ended. Now, if you'll both excuse me. Why are these cups so pointy? Ow, ow, ow. I better go and explain things to the other visitors. Bazonga size and willingness to commit perjury? There's a PowerPoint you could make, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not one-to-one. There's definitely some characters. There might be a correlation. I don't know, yeah. Prosecutor Barnum Needle. Felt doll. Ooh. It's stored in the tid. Anyway, you go do your thing, Judes. Thanks again. Everyone is typing. Purge. This aroma. Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. Yeah. This is a fine blend. A top quality Ceylon indeed. I was thinking of Dahlia. I was like, but you know, correlation is not causation. It's fine. Whatever. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. It really takes me back. Evil to increase the size of... I think that's how it works. Go commit some crimes and report back with your findings. There's just one difference. Jude's cooled the saucers back then. Not today, though, it seems. Anyway. Don't you think this is all a bit odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case all assembled in the same place at the same time. Saying that with a straight face is impressive. Yes, it almost feels as if an investigation is in order. Whoa! And now I was like, the only people missing aren't, well... Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah, look at him. He's beautiful. Alright. An Edgeworth Investigations? Yeah, woo, all my sidekicks are here. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, you're all right. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender. We heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack. We came as fast as we could. Well, if it isn't the cavalry, come on, team, bring it in. No way. Besides, you're both doing just fine. Gummy and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing. Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you? Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous, what with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and 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 I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off. When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ. Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective. More.
All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. The gas can still be dangerous.
All right, we're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there, Dickie boy. I'll call him Dickie boy. And then instantly snap in the Family Guy death pose. Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm proud of him. Psycho Gumshoe. You like playing Ace Attorney, don't you? He is a real detective. The Fury. Professor Layton, fun fact, I'm listening. This is Edgeworth speaking.
Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas is mostly dissipated, sir.
How would he... Oh, well, I took off my mask and I'm not dead, so... Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see.
Yes, sir. First up, the exhibits. There's a statue of two people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of two-horned animal.
Wait, a statue of two people and a two-horned animal? That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to display in the Winter Ring. I mean, Winter Wing. Psycho Gumshoe just wrong about what you like?
You like Uma Musume, don't you? Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. The sprinklers sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading.
The sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire?
No, sir. And the fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke.
When
they detect something, they send an alarm, fire smoke to the security room. Guess they read the gas as smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way.
And was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off? Please don't say old bag.
This place only has one employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager.
Oh.
And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time, since the gallery opened.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't expect this place to have comparably... I mean, it was bad at the prison. Still, that seems like a lot for one person to be doing.
She heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers. Yep, seems they can only be switched on manually. And only from there.
This is a lot of... Wouldn't want the arc getting soaked for no good reason, I guess.
I guess? If it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was, try to get some stuff out first.
Security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. But this was originally someone's home? Most of the puzzle series videos were directly ported from a series of books, featuring 30 more editions of the puzzle game. Nice. Even Edgeworth Investigations, even business are understaffed. One employee, right? And a celebrity employee who would probably get swamped with people being like, oh my god, sign my art book. So she wouldn't be able to keep an eye on anything.
And one more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing, it's the deep midwinter wing.
The autumn wing is cold too.
I checked the temperature, 26.5 degrees in here, sir.
The thermostat wasn't locked? Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? A manual sprinkler system would be atrocious. Yeah, I would think so.
That's about all I got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir.
Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. I like how there was a phone call when he's next door. If he still had the gas mask on, you could justify why that was a phone call. Seems he could just be like, all right, the coast is clear. Just come on in. It's fine. What did Gummy have to say? He said that the autumn wing isn't actually quite wintry. I don't get it. I'm wondering what it would mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Convert to Fahrenheit? No, because, yeah. 26F would make... Oh, wait, yes. No, 100% yes, convert to Fahrenheit. I don't know what I was thinking. Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves. Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime? Oh, yeah. There's one guy. Miles' best bud. His what?
If we have to.
I guess we have to. Don't make me. No, he's right over there. Good. Yeah, I was gonna think... I thought the other way around. I was like, no, that doesn't make sense. Wait. Wait a sec. Okay, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh-faced as ever. Yeah, long time no see. Larry, right? Minus 26. Here's the deal, Kay. I'm Laurice right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist. So it's your alias? I like it. Good to see you, Laurice. I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people. I have some questions for you, Larry.
What the? How am I a suspect?
Just because I found the guy doesn't mean I did the crime. I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? Look, I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything, okay? This is why I dread seeing Larry. It's not so much his personality, even though it is horrendous at times. It's more that he's always just been a buffoon about something and hiding it in a very annoying way. So it's not like some people that are like hiding information for an ulterior motive. He just doesn't like fessing up to bullshit that doesn't impact him. He's just like, well, it makes me look stupid, so I won't tell you. And when it happens over and over and over again, it's just like, holy shit. It just takes so long to get the truth out of him. Human obstacle Larry Butts. You don't sound too sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. I've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. He does love his perjury. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suppose I better find out what he did this time. Since birth, he's been up to no good. Oh, thank God, it's mine chest. This will be more fun then. Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However, I ain't saying anything, I didn't do anything, you can't prove it. Froggo! Thanks for 22 months, almost 2 years. Thanks for the frog pug, Mr. Froggo Prince. It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I'll need to bide my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down. Let's ask him to go into detail about what he's doing here. He's saying this out loud. Thank you, Hazel. He was playing with checker pieces and eating them. He shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge. Let's get this over with. He has had every mechanic used on him. Why are you here? Has he? He definitely had Cyclops at some point. Has he ever been perceived by Apollo? Has he been emotion matrixed by Athena? I don't remember. Why exactly did you come to the gallery today? What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't belong in a gallery or something? That's exactly what I think. Just admit it. Admit your testimony is riddled with inconsistencies. He wasn't that agitated. Okay. Well, fine. He's never met Apollo. Thank God for Apollo. Why are you here? I guess the words were more intense. But then he struck a more calm pose. If you're gonna ignore me, I'm gonna paint your portrait. And when I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. Just keep waiting. I'm joking, okay? I never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks. He's no Jackson Pollock. According to you, perhaps, I imagine I might struggle to agree. I'll laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people believe in my work. Do I just keep waiting? Do I just keep waiting? She's called Lulu, okay? And she says my pictures are masterpieces. So if she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all. Where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone? Well, a guy can't be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second. I have my own life too, you know. Is your girlfriend, Lulu, a fictional character from Final Fantasy X? You can be honest with me. A guy can't be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second. I have my own life too, you know. Fine, Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on our date. And I expect you're pretty proud of this sketch. Not so much this time, actually. But you know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she might kinda like it. Thought maybe I should ask about the Gemini statue. What gives? If you don't have anything to ask, I'm gonna get back to my sketching. I ignored him as blathering for too long. Shit. I need to study my opponent's reactions. Oh my god, all the way back? Okay. Bide my time. Bide until he's crying. Just keep biding my time until he starts crying. Okay, yep. Yeah, bide again. Okay, I'm running out of... I don't know what happens if I lose this. Anything at all. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Bide again. Okay. She's a Gemini. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. There we go. Finally. How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. Dying to Larry. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend, Lulu. How did you figure all that out? From your incessant prattling, you just can't help yourself, can you? Fine, I won't say another word. Larry may want to keep his mouth shut for now, but I'll have my answers one way or another. Why are you saying that out loud? Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery. Oh, heals you all the way no matter what. We'll soon see what he's hiding. I love that he's saying all this out loud to him. What'd you do once you got here? Tell me what you did once you arrived here. What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was where. I just kinda hung around by the fountain. You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk? Very leading question. You mean entry isn't... It's not free to get in here? You didn't pay? You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There's just wasn't anybody at reception at all, is all. I thought entry must be free. You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time? Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite. Interesting. According to Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. And right after she finally got the place open for business, too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction. It's gonna be ruined now. You know a lot about it. You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, the Gemini statue came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? Wasn't it? How? How did you get me again? Fine, you're right, I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it. Larry's not one to confess so easily. Then again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. Whoa. I'm done with you, go home. Shit. Larry, be honest, did you enter the Winter Wing? What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but... You tried to get in, but you couldn't. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but that old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking. So you were unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you? Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door, and then down he went. Wasn't it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of? Was it? If that stupid poison gas thing had never happened, I'd be in there happily sketching away right now. Larry seems to have the Autumn and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of the statues. This could be a useful clue. Go home. That's it, I'm done with you, Larry. Go home. Are you sure? I mean, I'll totally leave if that's cool. I was just thinking of dropping by Lulu's anyhow. No, wait, I didn't mean... My mistake. Seriously, I really think it's time you started taking responsibility for the stuff you say. Scolded by Larry. Forgive me, would you mind giving me just a little more of your time? If I have to, I guess, maybe you could sweeten the deal with a free dinner? Very well. I must be more careful about what I say. Ow. My brain. What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry? You don't let up, do you? I told you, I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kind of changed my mind once I got here. Thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead. I think it's time to deploy my clue. Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. Well, I did not see something, but that doesn't prove I did see something totally terrifying either, does it? You blinking too much? Really, Larry? You could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying. How do you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine, I guess there's no point trying to keep it a secret any longer. I'm not a mind reader. I'm a butts reader. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. What? What do you mean checkmate?
Mind chess checkmate.
I just couldn't help staring at that Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it. A butt sniffer. You keep talking about a Gemini statue, but there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost or something? A ghost statue? Larry's still laboring under the misconception he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry is really looking at. Was it that? Was it this? What? Because this is what... Yeah?
Take that!
I just have to show he was looking at the wrong one? Okay. Because he wasn't looking at those statues. Hello.
Take that!
Take a look at this pamphlet. I like the little statues in the bottom left there. Each room is kept at a specific temperature to reflect the season it represents. The Autumn Wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Crab! Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. Guess that makes sense. Why is he not more surprised by that? It did seem pretty weird now I think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either. Other stuff? You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you. Show me what exactly? I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. No! I'm still not that confident in my work, so, Is another man flying on top of a bridge situation? I want to see. Really? All right, here. Oh, that's pretty good. He's gotten better. What on earth? It's grotesque. Trying to tell me the statue is crying tears of blood? I have to say, Laurice, it's pretty scary. Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but it up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. He got better in like a week. How long has it been? It freaked me out so bad I screamed out loud. The whole time he was sketching it. Ah! Ah! So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him at all. He isn't being... It's only been a month since that case in Eastern 83? Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean, what do I mean? The bottom half is suddenly a fish. That's what I mean. This is only a few months. Oh. That is some crazy improvement, yeah. Maybe he's always been that good, but then the fire bridge incident was like a more impressionist piece. A goddess with a fishy bottom half. Sounds like Pisces to me. Heard it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape some baddie. Well, really? I thought Pisces was just two plain old fish. Edgy, do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, the tears of blood turning into a fish? That's some pretty cursed stuff right there. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. Aw, look at you, tucking it carefully into your organizer. I simply thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom. You're the worst, Edgy, the worst. You're right, I forgot about those group pictures. He made the thinker clock. Oh god, it's kind of freaky deaky though. A statue with a bottom half that changes shape. I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the Autumn Wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? The building's a clock, the statue's a clock. Edgeworth speaking. I'm just about done in here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. I've inhaled all of it. Good work, detective. He just walks in the room and goes, eats all the gas. It seems it's finally safe to enter the Autumn Wing. The good detective sure has impeccable timing. Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see this Pisces statue. You going in there, Kay? Then maybe I should come along too. Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. All right, everyone, to the Autumn Wing. They can't kill me in a side game, sir. And here we are at last. Those look like a lot like the Winter Wing. Glad you could make it. Hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry. No, for the last time, the name is Laurie Stoneham. Detective, your report if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Okay, first off, I found a blowtorch. The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently.
Was somebody using it to heat something? Maybe just to set off the fire alarm smoke detector thing? Because if you just apply that near the smoke detector. Because nothing looks melted. Unless they were melting whatever was hiding the fish part. Was the stepladder already like that when you entered? Oh my god, stepladder.
Yeah, I guess it was used by whoever let out the gas.
That's not a ladder.
The gas was inside the case till someone opened the lid.
What? Is that so? Huh. The Pisces statue.
You're sure up on your constellations, sir. You know what the one on the other case is, too?
This is the autumn wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn.
Guess there's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird cloth that draped around it kind of tripped me up.
Oh. Isn't that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here? We have evidence from the IS-7 incident, too.
Oh, no. Taking a look around. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases, too.
That just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad.
Let me whip them all right off for you.
Damask try to steal it. Oh, no. Wow, they're beautiful. Yeah. The transformation Larry witnessed, could it have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue's lower half fell away? See, Edgy, see? I wasn't imagining things and I wasn't mistaken. Listen, Milester, I think we can all agree this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look just like the Winter Wing. Yeah, so I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in just such a way as to make them look similar. With a cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces and Gemini statues almost look the same. Ditto for Capricorn, covers bottom half up and it looks pretty much like Taurus. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. Somebody went to some lengths to disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing. Specifically for someone who knew about 18 years ago and would come to this room thinking it was the Winter Wing. I'd say we need to take a closer look at things, don't you say, Fender? Who? Oh. Well, here comes the boy and lady, Mr. Winner and Judge Gavelle. Eustace! What the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear? It's winning time. Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. There's our ding-dong. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice would have me judge you.
You got it all wrong. It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around.
It was. Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot?
You mean?
Exactly. Your, salary check is taking a hit. Bet you're looking forward to payday now. Always wanted to say that.
Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people.
Not so fast, Mr. Winner. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right. Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead? That's not what I'm saying at all.
Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump.
Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed ground of this scene. We only just got here. The goddess of justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace, and Eustace alone. He's a special boy. By which you mean this is Mr. Winner's case? That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything.
What did you say? A suspect already? Who?
Who else but your artist friend over there? That's fine. Take him away. What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. His mind works? Unsurprising you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset. Lack the attitude?
Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase. That's fine, he's guilty.
Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude. Yeah, exactly. Where's your aptitude, smart guy?
Wow, he's totally shameless.
Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from.
And where might that have been?
It's this chemical you find everywhere.
Can't think of the name just now.
Wait there a second. Let me just call him real quick.
Who the hell's the doctor?
Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone.
Why let him make the call if you know the answer?
The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals. Ubiquium and asphyxian.
Uh-huh.
What kind of chemicals are they? Ubiquium is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products.
Oh, it's ubiquitous.
Sure. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it's entirely benign.
Oh, good.
The new Pokemon games. Pokemon Ubiquium. It's something anyone can get their hands on. Yeah, it's cough syrup. The same cannot be said for Asphyxion.
That does sound nasty. What's it used for?
Asphyxion is my least favorite Eevee evolution. By far. It's the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra.
Is that the Guns N' Roses logo?
Asphyxion, my favorite. God damn. It is pure white in color and unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it's nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we're currently investigating where it might have come from.
Okay.
And then it makes red and white together, huh? Where have I seen a puddle that looked kind of pink in color? I know the name of the chemical.
Don't waste your breath.
Judge Cavell informed us already. Oh, great, that'll make this quicker. So the source of the gas, ubiquium, is used in paint and stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist. You can't accuse me just because of that. Objection to the paints on that palette in your hand.
Gee, is this kid okay?
Seems a little...
Indeed. I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions.
Hey, quit talking about me like I'm not even here.
Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you, nothing more.
Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions?
Winning?
Yeah, good idea. Get a load of this, losers.
Okay. His winning deduction.
Our friend the artist here won the race to find the victim and was first on the scene, correct? I guess. And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which as we know is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person, and he was one winning stride away from the victim, which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects.
About to square up with a child.
Right, Cavell? You think so too, right? It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. Well, would the artist like to share his version of events? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? The catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps? Think I might have left my heart there, you know, and you might have picked it up, heh? I would be careful what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict. Straight to the boing-boings. Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best.
Objection!
Quit stalling. You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. So admit defeat and crawl on out of here with your tails between your legs, because I win. I had better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice. She hits back. Our friend the artist here won the race to find the victim and was first on the scene.
Hold it!
I'll be the first to admit that he's something of a suspicious character.
Objection!
In the fan translation, the chemicals were normalium and fatalium. Though that's really good. I think I prefer the ones here because they're absurd without being like extremely on the nose. I don't know. That is good though. Normalium, my beloved. And fatalium. First to admit, are you trying to beat me to it? But you can't, because I'm the winner. I'm first rate, always. I'm a first rate artist, you say? Larry, I don't need you to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Please, Mr. Winner, just continue. Has he played chess against Eustace? Yes? Didn't we in case 2? When we were in the hallway outside the prison? Or is that not mind chess? No, we have not. That was just a normal debate like this. Okay. And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which is found in paint.
Hold it!
And a bunch of other things. Seems like a red herring to be like specifically, it's used for all these things. It's paint. It has to be paint. It's like, well, you already established it could be from a bunch of things. It seems it's found in a number of everyday products. Right? I want to spoil your bad. No. Which makes your friend's paint pretty darn suspicious. But isn't it also found in a bunch of other stuff too? She has a winning point, I guess. Right, Gavel? I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquium is also found in dishwashing liquids, among other things. In other words, paint isn't the only possible explanation. No, but just listen to the rest of my amazing deduction, will you? He was carrying paint.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. It's by no means certain that paint was the source of the poison gas. Well, it's by no means certain that it wasn't either. Was that supposed to sound clever? Copying Edgeworth's speaking style isn't a shortcut to looking cool, you know. You make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak. Anyway, to bring it all home, my winning deduction shows he had paint and he was closest to the victim. Which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects.
Hold it!
That's really all you're basing your suspicion of Mr. Butts on? What? You have a problem with that? Then show me some proof, loser. Put up or shut up. He's literally asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth. He is. Let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. We know that Mr. Winner isn't much of a listener, and we also know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption. Yeah, even phoned the other guy and still got it wrong somehow. Let's get this over with as quickly as we can. It's a waste of all of our time. So is it on here? Or is it, he's carrying paint? Mixed together. Oh. Whoa. We'll get back to that. That was used for the thing. The sketch. Okay. Chad, I might be stupid. Let me see. Our friend the artist here was won the race to find the victim was first on the scene, and the gas is made with ubiquium, which is found in paint. There's no contradictions there. He was carrying paint on his person, was one winning straight away from the victim. Was he? This was bright red and pure white mixed together. Oh, it's bright red and he didn't use any red paint? Well, no, he used it for the blood. He did.
Objection!
Want a cute bit of dialogue? Sure. What do you think of this? Why do you want to know? Don't you see? It proves that there's a contradiction. What? It makes sense that Gavel steps in. Calm yourself, Eustace. His so-called evidence proves nothing. Really? Overthinking it? Me? Overthinking in an Ace Attorney game? I've never. I intend to do just that. Is there dialogue here that I could get, Evie? Or something else? We check from the winner on our list of suspects. Inspect the cloth? Okay. This dark shade of blue, being around such a common color from time to time, just might do me some good. Jeez Louise, Miles Reno, talk about corny. You could fill an entire extra-large bucket by yourself. That's rich coming from you, Fender. These must be the switches that change the color of the cloth. Let's see if they work. Wow. Well, the cloth has certainly changed color. It's glowing with a pale blue hue. According to Detective Gumshoe, this is what it looked like when it was still draped over that statue. Indeed. What does that have to do with the case? The same as his suit. Ah, I see. Curious. Blue makes me calm. Yeah, I didn't think there was anything weird about saying blue was a calming color, so you pointed that out. Okay, what? Okay, what? Okay, huh? Okay, whoops. The business is likely based on a flawed assumption. Info on the other guy still got it wrong. Let's go. Yeah. He was first on the scene. He's poisoned from ubiquium, which was found in paint, and other things, but I don't think there's anything else on the scene we can point to. He's carrying paint, and he was one shy away from the victim.
which should make some winner or suspects. I have no idea. I don't even have that many options, but I don't know what the obvious contradiction is. Hands you a yowie. Yowie. Woo. Yowie. You overthinking it. I don't think it has to do with that. I'm a prosecutor. Cause it's a symbolism, yeah. Think dumber, think winner dumb. He was a winning strike from the victim. He wasn't next to him. He wasn't using paint.
Objection! Overruled.
What do they want? Yeah, I think like a winner sometimes. I'm no winner. Is it not this line? This seems like the most obvious one. Or this one. It's made with ubiquium, which is found in paint. There's nothing wrong with that sentence, though. I think I need help. I'm genuinely stumped by this. Which makes him winner. Which that's based off his other assumptions, so I don't think it's that. It's the second statement. The gaseous poison was made from ubiquium, which, as we know, is found in paint. What's wrong with that? Prior baking period mixed together. Yeah. A sketch as you saw it. Yeah.
Objection!
Did I not try this already? What? Is it the gas on this line?
Objection!
What the hell is the issue? Why am I not seeing it? Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid, unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. It isn't just ubiquium? I guess? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was overthinking it. Okay. That doesn't seem like a contradiction. It's more like he's focusing on... Okay, what? Alright. You agree I deserve a prize? Yes, best boy. What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces. It did, and it was created by the artist guy. But the red paint that we know is full of ubiquium. Allow me to offer you a bit of advice. One prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance, asphyxion. He's not very bright. Yeah, and I'm not either. Paint containing ubiquium alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. It wouldn't? I just accepted as fact that that's how the gas was made. I didn't realize he was stupid. I thought they said the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquium. You're telling me all this was based on a mishearing of the forensics report? The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about. My aptitude? What does that even mean? You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace. And attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely. I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again. What am I doing? What I am doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation. Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements. And what flaws might those be? Firstly, you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the Autumn Wing. That's... And secondly, that you cannot prove the red paint did not have something to do with the crime. But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquium and with white asphyxion. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure that out before anything else. Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or what he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble. We are not here to make trouble, quite the opposite in fact. We're here to help. Are you saying you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you. I can certainly point you toward a vital clue as to how it was done. He's bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him. It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner. If you are sure. Come on then, show me what you've got. What shows how the gas was created, Is it the sketch?
Take that!
You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas? That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing. Well, they do say I have a good eye. The red tears Mr. Butts saw, that was the ubiquium. Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? Our culprit's some kind of evil spirit? How much time am I gonna have to waste talking through this step by step? Taking through this step by step. Von Karma, just go up against him. Manfred or Francisca? He was just about to arrest Larry and not look for the other substance? I know. We should have just let him arrest Larry and walk away. The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. Thank you for the honor bits. They must have mixed with something else inside that case. And what evidence do you have that's what happened? The culprit's the boogeyman! I don't mean to alarm you, but there may be a boogeyman or boogeymen inside the crime scene. The evidence is right here in this sketch I just showed you. It's the step ladder. Right here. Or perhaps a small ladder. Yeah. Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed. Wait, what? I don't get it. How does that prove that some ubiquium mixed with some asphyxion? We have an artist with us, why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine if you have some experience mixing colors? What happens when you mix red with white? Don't treat me like a dumb edgy. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Any idiot knows red and white makes pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks. That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner? Oh, I think I do. Ubiquium's red, asphyxion is white, mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is. I thought it was just a bunch of Pepto. Very good. We got there in the end. Yes! Interesting. I think you finally convinced him. Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised a possibility, nothing more. We cannot know for sure that this shows the result of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you are attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity? Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth. Forgive me, but I did not ask you for your opinion. Oof, she's a cold one, but I like it. You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction. It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth, especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Until you are able to, there is little more to discuss. Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that. Mr. Gusto, he's still unconscious and in critical condition. He is? Oh. Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you would be so kind as to leave him in peace. For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify. Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist? If you could just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen. I am Justice Verity Gavel, and I would be grateful if you would dispense with the childish epithets. Oh ho, finally she tells me her name. Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Loris Donham, but you can call me Loris. If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Donham. Oh yeah, sorry, it's just there's something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. I tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out. It does appear the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Well, as it happens, I can back our pal here up on that. Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said. It was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Mauserino? It is. I distinctly remember how it went.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Winterwing. Let me in! It's locked. What gives? Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside. And what is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time?
Objection!
The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Search him for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one. I see. I suppose we have to take you at your collective word.
That was a little too easy.
Well, Judge Cavell, do you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again, Mr. Winter's deductions have fallen short of the mark? What are you talking about? I just need some more information, that's all. You can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions. You know, it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well. Perhaps we should call our next suspect. Without admitting that you were wrong, Mr. Donham, you may step down from the stand. Go, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please. Overruled. Show no mercy. Squish my heart into a goopy mush. I love it. Who exactly is this next suspect? The pharmacist Delicia Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Infesticide Ultra, but someone in her line of work could surely have a better idea of where such a thing might be acquired. It's legal to get that in the UK. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I'm sure. My winning? Of course, Cavell. Let's go get her at once. Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay?
Sure. Okay, bye.
Is it possible? Could Judge Cavell have suspected Miss Scone from the start? Now you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winter like she usually does, huh?
What exactly is your angle here, Gavel?
Well, I guess we'll just stand here for 10 minutes. They call it vinegar. And if you mix it with paint, you die? Cool. I love fun facts. Is Scone Lulu? I doubt it. They sure are taking their time. I thought we were supposed to be a 10-minute recess. Sorry to keep you losers waiting. But wait no longer. I won the race to find Delicia Scone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me.
She hasn't aged a day in 18 years.
She's a robot. She's a robot. There's no other answer. She's a robot. Delicia Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer, at your service. Delicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some.
She's immortal. She's made of fondant.
You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. All right, Winnie Pooh, whatever you say. It's lovely to meet you, dearie. So much for call me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles. If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do. Ooh, Greggy Peglegs boy, all grown up too. Makes me feel my age, why don't you?
I wonder just how old she is.
There it is. Huh? She's actually cake. She's gonna get a paper cut, and then we inspect it up close. It's just cake. I redeemed a poll earlier. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I did miss that. Let me get that for you. Who has the brain cell? Gumshoe or Larry? That is a tough call. That is a tough call. Astro Boy vibe. I see it. I see it. I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. Neither. Oh yeah. What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. I understand it for reasons of reusing art. Like, it makes perfect sense, but 18 years ago, she was a pharmacist kind of in disguise as a chef. Why is she still dressed like that? I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's gonna stop me visiting her now. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack. I didn't do much, really. Just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh yes, as long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. It certainly helped that the medical room was well equipped, though. We were much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes taking him to hospital. She really is British. In America, we say to the hospital. But in the UK, they just say to hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. She's a pharmacist? Yes.
18 years ago, she was a pharmacist who just wanted to eat all the snacks, so she entered into the contest, and she just made it all the way to the finals. She just kept failing her way upward, and she was like, well, that's why I was sneaking around eating everything. Because that's all I was ever here to do. And do you know the victim, Miss Delicious? We don't yet know why Gusto was suspicious of her. Not like she's not what she says. He was just like, she's ruthless. She's cutthroat. He said a bunch of very incriminating things about her. And she was like, who, me? I'm just sweet and innocent. Sort of, it's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently he's famous these days. Who are we talking about? The victim. Gusto, who was suspicious of her. He's famous, one of the best confectioners in the world, so they say. Yeah, I'm very suspicious of her. He's a well-known public figure. Oh yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they said. So the old dog really went to Zhangfa and upped his game, just like he said he would. Perhaps if we could proceed to the matter at hand. Miss Scone, are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Of course, you use it to, well, to get rid of you-know-what. Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. Might I ask what you mean by you-know-what? The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them. Oh, I get it. Those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question, if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals Asphyxion and Ubiquium are combined? Yes. It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing Ubiquium, ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, death. And poor Augusti very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say. Certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. Which is not inherently suspicious. 95%, said Gumshoe as the brain cell over Larry. If you have to pick one, I suppose. And, death. What's in that bowl? Death. Ubiquium's awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. Guac. Just making that guac. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Snacks. Asphyxion's more watery, and it's white in color. That will do, thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Scone. As well I should be. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for. Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Yes, Miss Scone, very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange, I thought she suspected Miss Scone. Something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind. Is she gonna break bad? I think she already did. That's what's in the bowl. Crystal meth. What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report?
Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top.
That's rather unusual.
And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees, dang near got my hand stuck to it.
We're lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case?
Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of Ubiquium.
Oh, now we're talking. That's odd. If there was Ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So how did things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Mr. Thief might. You guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. Whatever. Anything for the truth. Before we get too carried away, the goddess of justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves. Youch, why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue? Oh, wait. Don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out. I'm not required to explain myself to you, but if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me it would be worth our while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation. You heard the lady smiles? Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out the gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be, no?
The answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the gas? I mean, process of elimination. It was winner! It's gotta be Gusto. The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person who entered the Autumn Wing. Winner couldn't answer that question, and you're letting him lead the investigation. There's gotta be more at play with him. And her. Only he could have opened the case. I hope it's something really boring like nepotism. He's just the son of someone on the committee. Correct, that appears to be the only logical answer. Very well, I permit your participation in this investigation to continue. Okay, that was easy. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately. Understood? The stakes feel lower in this case. It's just, I'm not gonna lose my badge. She's just like, okay, go away. Even if Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see. Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the gas went off. On it. Wow. You knew Charlie Parker was a bird? Well, you got Jazz right on your name. Malinor, thanks for 39. Don't scare me like that. This is what you were talking about, you're Mr. Thief. Locked room, miracle problem, impossible crime, subgenre in this orthodox mystery game. More mystery genre. I mean, I've said it before, I am a sucker for a locked room mystery. There's something kind of cozy about it. I can't really describe it. The example I always point to is the train chapter in Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. There's something about you're in this confined space. You gotta walk around. I mean, in a murder mystery game where everything's a murder mystery, it doesn't stand out as much. But yeah, it's just like, well, everything's here. Yeah, Larry's here. So I'm a fan. I have a visual novel. Play Leighton Bros Mystery Room? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, if it's overused, then it becomes too much. But, and like, Ace Attorney has a good number of locked room mysteries. That's how they constrain the number of variables. So, it's less like, ooh, okay, it's different here. It's just kind of like, well, it's one of the levers they can mess with in a game like this. So, the Ghost Diary on the Paper Mario Mystery, of course, is good. Anyway, let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case, which is what's keeping that lid on real tight. The actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? And do we have any idea of how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Well, it doesn't look like the outer-facing side of the glass suffered any damage. So we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner-facing side. We also know it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer-facing surface. Thoughts? Ice cold. Makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir. Cracks make me think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice-cold glass on the outside will cause it to crack. Huh, I appreciate the science lesson. Why is it all heat cracked in the first place? Why indeed, a heat-cracked glass lid lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium. You look like the cat that got the cream, Mauserino. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do, and what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. What? You didn't give me a chance to figure it out first. It would have been quite the wait. Don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers. There's something about the sprite of Eustace Winter with the little teardrop eyes on the corners. But it's like all you'd have to do is move the little circle bits from his eyes up a little bit, and then he's got Mogus eyes. It just reminds me of the meme where if you draw a little Mogus inside of an eyeball, it turns into an anime eyeball. It's just like the roundness of the little teardrop. Just kind of... Anyway, how did he open the case? With a stepladder. Is that the question? Oh, blowtorch? I don't think he used the torch to open the case.
Take that!
Mr. Gusto used this to open the case. Gavel, you are right to be confused. I fail to understand this myself. I would say that perhaps only Mr. Edgeworth understands this leap of so-called logic. That wasn't it. A glass lid cracked by heat and frozen ubiquium. Okay. Alright, fine. I guess he used the blowtorch then.
Take that!
The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the Autumn Wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack. A blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case? I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid. Indeed. You beat me to the answer by a second. We'll see who wins in the end. Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. I thought that the blowtorch was used elsewhere. It was Edgeworth making things hard to understand. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so Mr. Winter could follow along too? Sure, just for him. All right, here goes. The blowtorch, the blorch. Gusto was alone in the autumn wing, and while he was in here, he used this blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the underside of the lid. And? Blow a torch, I hardly... Ugh. As the ubiquium melted, it mixed with the asphyxion that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. Spooky. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed. Ugh. He opened the case and out came the gas, huh? It seems we got there in the end. CG's. Why the heck a doodle dude did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. To check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. You remember, right? I thought this was where the winter wing was when we first got here. Caught you out too, did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin? I was ever so confused with it being where Chillywinks' room was all those years ago. There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Who wouldn't be all 6s and 7s, eh? Did everyone involved with the I-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Time to see how quickly I convince Mr. Winter, I suppose. Urethra, ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. The answer to what, exactly? The man was going to end it all. A dramatic exit stage left sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Have you been listening at all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on. That tracks. Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. Winners? Sure, thanks, Gavel. Thank you, indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. He's a genius. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Oh yeah, I totally forgot. What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me. That's nothing to brag about, you know. Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now. Yeah, I have something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. Oh, how could you say that? I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you used your expertise to try to take one. I beg your pudding, how dare you? I did no such thing. Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winter? You bet I can. Get a load of this. Restricted Toxin Handler's License. Okay. This is Miss Delicious Pharmacist's her license. And it says it right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra. A product that we have established contains asphyxion, one of the ingredients of our poison gas. She's eating from her bowl in that pose? I didn't notice. Exactly. Get a load of this. Eggman flashbacks. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
And that's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. Eek! We know that you and Miss Bound took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket? No! Was he wearing gloves, Gusto? There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. That doesn't mean it was her, as suspicious as I am of her. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap. No, listen, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me. Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. And that's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Ah, here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere. Look. And what is this? There's something written on it, I think. Are these words? April 1st, complaint filed, offense, theft, item stolen, Infesticide Ultra, 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to a theft. A what? See you silly billies, I told you somebody pinched it off me a week ago, no less. By which you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today? That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know. I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but, well, I forgot my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff. I see. Why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case. You never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice, clean kitchens type of them? Rats. Rats. You could just roll up a newspaper and whack, one and done. Gavel, what do I do now? Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report, just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story, after all. She may be lying to us. Good idea. All right, I'm gonna go give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere. Think she means roaches? Yeah, but rats are more fun. Miss Scone might not be guilty after all. Indeed, if she really were the ones who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. Today is April 2nd, yeah. And she said that it was dated April 1st, and she said a week ago, which does not line up. Who do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior and the time and the means to prepare. 2 factors which point to one very specific person. Oh yeah, and who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one room up to look like another? Judy? Take that! Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory nonetheless. So it was her, huh? You know what would make sense is if she set up a Rube Goldberg contraption to capture who she thinks was responsible for the incident 18 years ago. Because if she knows that Samson was innocent, has been locked up all this time, maybe she's been scheming for 18 years to be like, I want to catch the true culprit. You gotta get him myself. So, I can't say anything 5 times fast. So, yeah, strange, it's like you already knew. Nice shooting, Miles Reno. I might have to make that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for. 5 times slow? Can't. Best I can offer is 1 time bad. 1 time poorly. I have my back with results. She ghost-tricked it. The police have confirmed the theft really was reported and logged. Are the kids saying the word gricked it? This is the first time hearing of the phrase gricked it. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan. Some of the newfangled slang, I'm like, that's pretty solid. Gricked it? Nah. Nah, that ain't it. Give it another go, kids. We may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? No, I mean, we're only just getting started. Then what's our next move? First we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. And then I'll think about what to do after that. Eustace, Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly. Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing. Yes, sir. Cavell, we're going to talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace. We'll join you if you don't mind. When I say as the kids say, I'm usually lying, as the kids say. Getting gricky with it. First name Judy, middle name Earth, last name Bound? Holy shit. Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to go talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for their report. A winning strategy. You spoiled little. He's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. Eek!
What? What? I thought it was gonna be like some evidence. Like something at the bottom of the fountain. That's just a dead body. Game is good. Game is good. It's a body. Self-report, Kay did it. What on earth? She was just really thirsty, Your Honor. Order in the court. Somebody call forensics. Someone lift her out of there. She might still be alive.
Bad news, sir. Real bad news.
I will have order, detective.
The ice sculptures in the winter wing.
It's just like 18 years ago.
They've all melted.
What? Did? Huh? Say? What did huh say? Is peak cinema. What is the meaning of this? Now we have 2 victims? Talk about deja vu, it's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice is melted again. Were there 2 victims 18 years ago? This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before, I'll say it again. This is no coinky-dink. You're with me, right, Miles Orino? I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then, time for another trip down memory lane. To be continued. Well, while we're all panicking, let me tell you a little story about your dad. So I was running with your dad right before he was murdered. Remember he was murdered? Right before that happened. We were running around, getting up in mischief. Just me and your pops, who you didn't get to spend that much time with. I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case, but that's been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest, and of one of the participants no less, Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was a part of Samson Tangaroa's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp. But it wasn't a large rock. It was a large rock salt lampster, and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicia Stone had made for the contest. She didn't make it. Well, she might have made it, just didn't make it for the contest. It was... Well, she might have made it. It wasn't made out of sweets. Before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room... Bull! All of his icy creations had melted clean away. They could have put some pepper on him. Pepper. DL6 was the case involving him being murdered. That was not a case that he was on. It's so close to Christmas, holy shit. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out and in no uncertain terms. Get the fuck out of here. What do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. Now, Eddie, it was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. But he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. What if somebody's innocent and ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Hey, is average 77. Which is why defense attorneys exist. What say? Oh, that you only meant what? What, huh, say? Oh, that you only meant. Our job is to help people in just such situations to be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless. Now, we may not be able to investigate Mr. Frost's room as hoped, but that doesn't mean we give up. You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry, I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will, I promise. I just gotta keep eating all this paper. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. Oh boy. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means. Well, you're the best, Miss Bound. Chocolates. Added to court record. Why? Handmade by Bound, rather misshapen and incredibly sweet. They look rather cuboidish. Misshapen how? I don't like that was added to the court record. Thank you.
A little sugar boost might actually help, although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped. I'm sorry if they're not to your taste. She's just like Sonic with that hair. No way, they're great. They're so sweet. They're supposed to be circles? Oh. You're very kind. Imagine me, of all people, a mediocre confectioner. What? You mean you made these yourself? Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Although he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique. Mr. Tengaro sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing. I'm sorry, did you say something? No, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound. Of course. What right would I have to stay here otherwise? What do you mean by that? I was abandoned as a baby. And Mr. Tangaroa took me in. Oh. Hit the sad music. That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. Huh. And then she died at the end. He saved my life and became the father I never had. I can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do, and I'll be here for him as long as he needs me. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself. And to think today is Christmas Eve, and I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything. Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it. We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim? Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final. Oh, so Gregory did get to see them, just not in person. The answer's that. Look at all those implements. Chisels. My, they're stunning. Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too. Oh, hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations in the zodiac, Eddie. I love it. The stories those stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and the... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh. Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe? Remember when I asked that? I didn't know! I didn't know! I take it all back. That doesn't sound like something he forgot to do. Something he'd forget. Really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well. Well, he didn't seem like the type. It seems she's got something to hide, too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound? Yep. I used this instant camera. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. The future is now. Oh, I'd love to see it in action. Hee. Then why don't I take your picture? Just come on, Mr. E. Let's get a shot of the both of us. Well, all right then. It'd be a shame to waste a good hair day. Ready? Say cheese. Fuzzy pickles. They're all done, and the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender. You're wearing a hat. They're both wearing hats. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's such a cool camera. Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame. This case is gonna end with Eddie being like, here's the photo from that day, and then we're all gonna cry. So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tengaro used the same camera during the contest. You assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape, and later to take some photos of the other contestants' works. Didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway? Samson wanted pictures of all the entrance completed rooms, but the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. The number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. Had he really, though? I went to our living area to change the film and was passing through the fountain room on my way back when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. It was Delicia gnawing on the support beams like a beaver. Samson, are you in here? Mr. Frostbody was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember I called the police and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera, it's been with me ever since. Pipe. I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera and this picture, Miss Bound. Of course, here you go. Thank you.
Urgh.
Okay. Good. Huh? Alright, Bad's here. Detective Bad, Miss Scone, are they done investigating? They're done with me, that's for certain. The big meanie told me to clear off. Honestly, that mannequins will be the end of me. That cheek of him. He's so hamsed up, you have no idea. Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Did he run you off too, Detective Bad? Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? Unless he needed the room alone for some reason. Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right about now in Frost's room. What about? About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room. That's right, and I have to say he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to. Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment, as the guy who melted Frost's work. Is that really why Gusto went into Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours. Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us? Do I gotta spell it out for you, kid? I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. Detective. Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this. Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now, can I, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Party member get. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E. You're a loose cannon, but you get results. I haven't the foggiest what y'all going on about, but here's the new friends, eh? Definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. All right, let's take a look at the photograph. Here. Look at it. That's what Frost's room looks like right now. All right, what's missing off the thing in the back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total implements in the back, and a thing for a light, and a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The little box for the light up blanket is missing, so there's that. And things are unplugged. This is what Frost's room looks like right now. Yikes! Nothing left of his flavored ice sculptures but puddles. The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bound. I assume the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this. Now, once that was out of the socket, the display case has lost power and up the temperature went. Looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea what was unplugged? Nope. Still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste. You can say that again. I should have taken a few more bites of them when I had the chance. Stop. So they tasted good? Did they ever? I've never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit? It's in the other photo you got there. This bit, the harpy thing. Did she eat the strings? Gemini's liar. Wait, that's why it had no strings, because you ate them? I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you it was all horrible and salty. Okay. If it was salty, does that mean it would have melted sooner? At a lower temp? Isn't that how salt works? Anyway, it's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. She had one of the twins. It's not Gemini anymore if it's just one of them. And could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone? Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chili Wink's work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There we go. Where have I seen that before? Got it. All right. Almost like a signature or something. Wait. Salt lowers the melting freeze of boiling water. Right. But then why? I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that. Phoenix height. I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Brown, but are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well? I barely knew him, I swear. She's sweating and shuffling around. Press X to doubt. Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude towards his work. Truth. No, the sculptures were so carefully made. I didn't think he'd miss something so important. Me when I'm not sus. I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that. What makes you say that? I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions, and it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence. Well, I won't know what you're talking about if you don't share. What are these two pieces of evidence of yours? Which two items point to Mr. Frost? This is the first. Is just the seal and the... Oh. Never mind. We're looking specifically for a connection between Judy and Frost. What would I have that connects the two of them specifically? Contest. Yeah. What did I just get? There's a sculpture system for the lie, which was salty. These are incredibly sweet. What would that have to do with it? A new film cartridge has 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining. She took this photo. Yeah. What connects them? Yeah, clean. Where's she even asleep? I don't know. Horse skull coated? He seems to have some strong opinions about his attitude. The sculpture is carefully made. I think he missed something so important. I don't believe you. Once you say that, I am a possession that appears to have been one of his possessions, and it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence. Meow? I mean, meow? I mean, you know. Well, okay, I'm just gonna ignore the connection to her. Just what do I have that 2 things that have a connection? I thought that, but that's not, I don't have that in evidence. Unless it's, that doesn't prove anything? Am I forgetting something? Yes, what a gorgeous design. Really? Just seems a bit out there to me. Like, how do you even get your tea in there? Art isn't about function, Eddie, it's about form. I guess I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. E. This art stuff's way beyond me. There's something stamped on the bottom. It says PH. Oh. I suppose that must be Paul Halleck's pottery mark. Those are his initials after all. Miss Bounce said she's a big fan of his work. Okay, there we go. His initials, huh? So if I made it, it would say EF. Perhaps you should practice by initialing your personal belongings first. Okay, I never rotated this. Inside my mind or outside. So then it would be this.
Take that!
And now the second. And that.
Take that!
Okay, good. I love when I'm like, what the hell's the connection? And I just had to click on a thing. I didn't actually forget something I previously knew. Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work. I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chillywink statues had the letters PH carved in them, plain as day. PH? Shouldn't it be AF? Chilly AF. You'd think so, but we take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery marks we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark? We have already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor, Paul Halleck. From that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware, correct, Miss Bound? Yes, I know that he always marks his work with his initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his. You mean Paul Halleck was? Why not? You prefer Halik? What about Halleck? That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was, in fact, an extraordinary confectioner, a famed sculptor, a fan of sculptures. A wad remark. He was, in fact. That person was you! What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halleck were the same person? But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. The Banksy of pottery. It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. Alright. I'll have the boys look into it. I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth. So admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was? I was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Halleck. Imagine his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy, a great man like that. And be honest, did you enter Miss Frost's room at any point? Why are you asking me that? Sweat, sweat, sweat. The photograph of Mr. Frost's room, I'd like to know when it was taken. I must have gotten it mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging. Objection! I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself the camera ran out of film during the judging. And that you've had charge of the camera since before Tangaroa had the chance to visit Frost's room. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body. I suppose so. This suggests you took only 2 pictures with the new film, one of Frost's body and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise. You do? Which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Bound only took 2 pictures? There's 3 remaining? Take that! The camera? You gave the picture of the body to the police and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. And you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth, too. 3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining. Out of a total of 20, you took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I'll need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to. I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you. No way. At no point did I think she was lying about anything. These are all shots of Frost's room. I'm so sorry. Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me it was you? It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was. You are? Why? Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Halleck's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined, what with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity. And how did that make them melt? I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing. By mistake? Are you sure? I didn't notice it at the time, but, well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces? Seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it, but I'm not in a position to refute it either. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Please don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. What he said. No hard feelings, Miss Bound. Thank you. Mr. Edgeworth, picture's yours. Hope it helps. Huh. I mean, I still think that... I think that the power was for the light box thing, not related to the freezer, but we'll see. Are you infernal nuisances still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation. Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless. It seems you don't know when to shut up either.
but I commend you on your stubbornness.
Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting.
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, and to you, Mr. Gusto.
No concern of mine. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees.
Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? Nothing at all? You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why.
Sure, I was... Silence! You're not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Duty bound, you're coming with me. I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused, Samson Tangaroa. Huh? No, I will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order.
I understand.
Wait, please. I'm not done questioning her myself. And you think I care because... Ugh. Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers. Fine by me.
Oh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins. Okay, bye. What the fuck was Gusto's walk cycle? He took literally everyone with him.
Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either.
Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It's rather late.
It's almost Christmas.
Hope the snow is let up. You're right. Home time.
Guess my stomach's in agreement too.
Haha, alright.
Let's go grab a burger before my own stomach starts grumbling too.
Sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow. We'll have a Christmas Eve burger. We will indeed, and our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa.
The bacon dinner.
The last burger. We don't know that. He might have stopped for burgers after that point. It's Christmas! Happy Christmas, chat. Hey, it's Miss Bound. Oh, Mr. Fender? Mr. Edgeworth? I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa, too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. There was a burger in the elevator. The elevator could stop halfway through a floor, and then there's a little slot that opens up, and a guy hands you a burger. Detective Bad, what are you doing back there? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. Good morning. Oh. Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you? Oh no, Samson, what did they do to you? They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. He's fine. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. He's just getting the Christmas spirit in him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E. My notepad's at the ready. Oh. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit, if you'd like to hear it. Of course, I thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kind of spaced out. I'm fine, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Samson? Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? The chocolates we didn't eat yesterday? The contestants. Mr. Tangaroa, you're kind of swaying all over the place. I'm sorry. Like I said, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Do we have anything that might give him a little boost? How about my badge? Mr. Tangaroa, my blood sugar. What has sugar in it? Tea? A photo of a dead body? Definitely not chocolates. A statement. Witness testimony. Huh? Is that chocolate? For me? I'm just gonna mash it through the glass to you. Those are the chocolates I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa, but the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. That's a shame, but rules are rules, I suppose. There must be some way we can hand them to him. Hope Detective Bat is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. You give him... Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect.
Thank you, Detective Bat.
My hero!
I'm touched. Thank you, Detective.
Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. It's actually poison. They're trying to silence him from the inside. Here.
You don't know how much this means to me.
Yeah, keep it down, will you? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now, just sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Yeah, I guess you're not such a bad guy after all.
The sweetness! I feel like a man reborn!
Ha! Were they your handiwork, Judy? Yes, how were they?
Feel them melt! Soft and smooth!
Detective Bat was like, okay, keep it on the down low.
Chocolate that'll comfort and soothe!
This is the opposite of keeping it down.
Ear to ear, head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as it flows.
Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy. Not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet. Just like you, Judy. Hey, I'm so glad you like them. And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Is the food here really all that bad? Just the usual French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm headed back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Oh? Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Helique. Artie Frost was Paul Helique? I never would have imagined. Poor Mr. Helique. So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? Return of France. Somehow France has returned. This would all certainly explain why Mr. Helique was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was ashamed of his French origins. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his greatest masterpiece. France. Seems he was making statues for each season, but he never got around to the winter constellations. The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set. Yeah, and now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make. That's a lot of ice, which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there was any chance someone called in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Maybe there was like gold crystals inside, you know, crystal gold inside the frozen ice. That seems unnecessary. Bring me more ice! Smash. You know, you could just refreeze it and then sculpt that. I need fresh ice. By the bushel. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see. Hammer, $20. Chisel, $15. Ice, $500,000. Someone help me budget my art. I really gotta get going. Reuse the ice? No. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. It has to be ice from the glacial peaks and valleys. It must be rare, elusive, the bluest of blue ice. We'll see you again shortly. If I had a nickel for every Frenchman in the series that grossly mismanaged money, I think I'd have 3? That sounds about right. He's a good man. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And to scare the pants off anybody new he meets. Now, you were going to tell me about what you had learned yesterday.
Of course. Allow me to give you a full report. Thank you for that, and allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is we learn the truth. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two? By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can. A French-aboo. We call that a weeaboo. O-U-I, aboo. What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest? Let's see, there was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, so I had to disqualify her. Weeaboo with an X at the end. There you go. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well. Which was, it tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. Huh? What exactly does work look like? There should be a photograph back at my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth. Much appreciated, Miss Bound. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body had been discovered in the meantime? Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I'd completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the liar, I believe. I never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved I burst into song. I'm sorry, are you saying that the liar tasted good? Does tasting the liar make you a liar? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. The liar? You're quite sure it was the liar you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture. I did just say Gemini, which was the only sculpture in that display case. Jiminy Cricket ice sculpture. Would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? Jiminy Cricket. So the part you tried was the liar, the one shown here without any strings? Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. Lies of P detected. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all, and he enjoyed them? Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the liar as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish. Then it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. This is where this case is going? And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis, it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him. Oh, but your taste buds are your livelihood. Even if there were some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Godot but taste. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. That won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like. Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anybody. Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him. Hypogusia? Hypogusia. Specifically salt, or like just some kind of inconsistency with taste? You're right, of course, if that is what you wish. What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? Specifically for salt. Interesting. It's because, you know, the taste buds on the tongue that are designed for salt, those ones can have issues, but the other taste buds are fine. I suppose I should be getting back. All right, we'll be right behind you. Judy. Yes, Samson? There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live, because I won't always be around. Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me. Duty bound, Judy bound. Judy! Whoa, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why'd you even say all that to her? Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Halleck collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me.
I guess that makes sense. Judy, no.
He really does see her as his own child. What parents wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parents wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked of you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime.
No, you're leaving. I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. I'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me?
That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. His name is Phoenix. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy, too. Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand. And I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. I just have to take this elevator out of here. I'll be right back. He's 8 years old. He's a very talented 8-year-old. So how does my ass look in this trench coat? It's looking really good, sir. Yeah, you think it looks good? Yeah, I'm really getting a good view of it from here. All right, great. Let me know if anything changes. Will do, sir. Detective Bad, thank you again for what you did earlier. Happy Christmas. Yeah, thanks a ton. Everyone's so polite. What are you talking about? Haha, there's no need to be shy. Ugh. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here looking to investigate some more. We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa. Oh, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. What? We need to see those other rooms. This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume. Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. And don't expect to speak with anybody except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone, and I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers. Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? So what's your plan of action, Detective? Same as before, do what I can to help you uncover the truth like I promised. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you in your bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area? Sure. But like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing these rooms again. That's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do. And then we're gonna win this case. This fountain seems like a great spot for a dead body to wash up. The statues on the fountain depict cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue. Is that what they're doing? Oh, yeah. I didn't put that together. The fountain is it's a fountain of a chocolate fondue fountain. Weird. Paul Halleck's work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. They look so real. Detective, are you saying you have personally seen cherubs before? Attorneys, always poking holes in people's words. What, did I do something wrong? How you doing? Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Water fondue. I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir. And what did you find? Chocolate and what looks like the kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work. Oh. And the flavorings and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from all 4 artist rooms right here to this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there. And that's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Sharks, Your Honor. Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, Detective. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest that had pooled on.
I believe that the blood probably belonged to... Dim. The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare with the blood on the murder weapon. That's the noise the blood detection machine makes. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. Why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? Because maybe it's meant to reinforce that he died in that room, but actually he died in the other room, and then they washed up the evidence and then moved the body. Maybe they put his body inside of a little boat, sent it through the fountain, and then pushed it upstream into the other one, and that's how they moved the body in the little river. Well, what do you think? Didn't mean to do that. This sign shows which artist's work is on display in which room. Water, fondue, river, sticks. From left to right, Tangaroa, Gusto, Scone, and Frost. Okay. Not surprisingly, chat was correct about the order. Incidentally, this sign is also made from candy. What were they gonna do with all this candy? Somebody gonna eat it when the contest was over? Nom. Oh, Frosty. Scone's room is through there. It's marked by a snowman. A candy snowman by the look of it. Oh, yeah? Well, I'll be. It's really sizing it up. He isn't thinking of making that into his next lollipop, is he? What I wouldn't do to suck on that Frosty's head. These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroa, but they're not all for confectionery contests. Some appear to be for charity work. Testament to both his character and his professional achievements. Huh? What's this one here? In recognition of Bacon Bop's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. That wasn't me, that was Bad saying that. That's so sweet, it's got me wanting to watch it. Aww. An elevator. I have no bad feelings about elevators. Where does this elevator go? The second floor. Tangaroa and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. It must be nice on a sunny day. It does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when all this is over. You'd come, wouldn't you, detective? Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of palling around with attorneys. This is quite the trophy. Awarded to Tangaroa, first place, International Confectioners Association Annual Spectacular. Big fan of elevators and earthquakes. It's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever. Makes sense, prizes, fame. None of it lasts forever, right? I doubt it's anything quite that deep. That's the door to Gusto's room. I guess the candy reindeer's meant to show the way. Big antlers like that. Must be a bull. I think not. Male reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be female. Thanks, Mr. Trivia. Attorneys. They don't teach you about reindeer in law school, detective. Maybe they should. Authorized personnel only beyond this point, I'm afraid. Meaning what? I'm not authorized? Sorry, sir. No authorized personnel either. What? Authorized personnel only. Also, no authorized personnel. So nobody's allowed in. Let me guess. Von Karma's orders. Guy's really starting to grind my gears. I love this Santa. He looks like fucking Pushmo, the fucking thing. A Santa Claus statue. Is this made of candy too? That door leads to Tangaroa's room. So yeah, could be he made that thing too. Speaking of Santa, that reminds me, I still need to find a present for Miles. He wanted an attorney's badge. I wonder if Mr. Tangaroa would make one out of candy for me if I asked. Santa's acting pissed. Let me, there he is. Come on, you see the resemblance. From the character Pushmo from the hit Nintendo video game Pushmo. It's the same guy. Same guy right there. Pushmo. Anyway, hello. Authorized personnel only. No authorized personnel. It seems these instruments are used on Mr. Tangaroa's and Miss Bound's TV show. There's some of the few things in here that aren't made of candy. Think Miles got that badge? Nope. Is it just me or does the detective seem a little disappointed? I thought it was candy drums. There's a drum set here decorated to look as if it were made out of cakes. It was played on Bacon Bop. Detective, about these drums. We already checked. There's nothing inside any of them.
And no sign of anything having been put inside or taken out either. They're not relevant to the case. You've already done your homework, I see. I may like lollipops a little too much, but I'm no sucker. How long you been sitting on that one? Forever. All my life. There's a liar here. And some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made that it's hard to tell what's candy and what's not just by looking. And I'd reach out and touch them, but then I'd be disturbing the crime scene. Hands off. I already checked them out. They're real. Check them out how exactly? Did you manhandle vital evidence, detective? I didn't touch them. Not with my hands, at least. Did he? Never mind. I don't want to picture it. What? He bit them. He licked them. Up, oop, up, huh? There's. Oh, I was talking to her. I saw something. Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation. Are you crying? Are you crying? Stop crying. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kind of down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say. I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours. Oh, okay. Hey, a phoenix. Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake. Probably wasn't edible, but you know. Samson loved her design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavors for Gusto and Frost's entries too. Only problem was, as Samson mentioned, they tasted exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems. Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and final? Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final. Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? You're sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this? Of course. I hope it helps with your investigation. Oh. And I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned. We've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room. That's right. He put it on display there so that everybody could see the grand prize. What? The cure's in the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes? Oh no, we told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. The contestants all knew what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. Formulas for creating a cure for taste disorders and other chemical and pharmaceutical items. It's called a cookbook. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind. Why is that the prize and why they all want it? If I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for medicines? I mean, then that would justify Scone's interest, but no one else's, which casts more suspicion on her. Rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to market yet? Keeps getting worse all the time. Okay. So the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, would be worth a fortune. This is getting just... What? But why make that the grand prize in a confectionery contest? Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangaroa Group? Tangaroa Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation, sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah, that new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. Was it Cold Killer? Wasn't there like Cold Killer X or something in an earlier case? Something. The drug that makes you good at mind chess. Yeah, not Cold Killer Pro, unless that's just meant to be a... Because Cold Killer Pro is new. This is before Cold Killer X. Oh. So they're making sure the timeline's consistent. Okay. When Phoenix was sick. Okay, I couldn't remember the context. I always reach for a cold killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never, as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa Group, if you don't mind. Any summons of clear narrative is drowned in a river. Just like, here comes a freight train busting into what I thought the case was about. And you have to just like, huh? Everything is weird now. So did Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business? No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. I guess that explains the weird mansion. When they passed away, he inherited the cookbook.
Why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make the book their own. He was tired of it. Someone made a Willy Wonka joke last stream about this shit. It's like he's like passing on the it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it. I bet the board of directors loved that, handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else. Willy Wonka, but it's a pharmaceutical company. They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa group wanted her to win the book back for them. She works for the... Oh. Okay, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. Thank you for the soup. You're gonna cry today. Yeah, good. So you knew she was a pharmacist all along? And not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's tastes. I tried to help her win. But why? It's all coming to soup. I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. I wanted to find a way to keep it within the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to. That's how Scone managed to make it so far in the contest she had no business taking part in. But Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts, too. Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time? I'm not sure I have much more to tell you, but if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course. She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of the tea you made us yesterday, if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. I'll have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound. Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. You know, I think that cheered her up a little. Good. We've learned a little more about the contest participants, but there's still one question involving Gusto for which we'll never get an answer. Which we never got an answer. Not that we'll never get it. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. You went into Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was. Silence! What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? Nothing at all. Diddles. And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense and a sculptor with it in spades. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Frost. Detective? I need to ask Gusto a few more questions. His story doesn't quite add up. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? Oh, hey. Sup? Oh, do you now? It's me, I'm mad. Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma, I'm already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there's no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tisk tisk, I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case, fine, allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it? I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Gusto and Frost. Get him! The connection between Gusto and Frost? It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. And that's all. I love that snowman in the back. That's all I have to say to you. Why? It doesn't help us at all. We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. Look at that happy little snowman. The connection between them. Hold it. What is discovery? Doesn't exist. I don't know, but we've very rarely had only 2 lines of testimony in a conversation like this. There must have been a connection of some kind. And if you would cease your baseless interruptions, I will happily tell you what it is. If this were a courtroom, I would have you removed for contempt. Isn't that solely the judge's purview? Yeah, a Judge Von Karma would probably have dancing to his tune. Even judges are scared of him? It won't be an easy trial, that's for sure. Please, Mr. Von Karma, continue. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both were in the same contest. Hold it. Granted, it may have simply been a coincidence that they both entered the same competition, but that doesn't rule out a connection of some other kind between the two of them. I do hate to repeat myself, but if you do not have any pertinent evidence, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Guess I'll just do as he says for now. At least until I find the evidence that proves Gusto and Frost's connection. Still, the look in your eyes speaks volumes. Well, go on then. What are you trying to say? Should I keep my mouth shut or not? It seems he's keen to keeping us away from the truth. Which means the truth must be inconvenient to him somehow. They had something in common. Yeah. I wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Get to the point. As the nameplate suggests, these were Gusto and Frost's entries. Gusto told us that confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same. What are you suggesting? Let me just adjust my tie for a moment. I'm suggesting they were helping one another out. And they were roommates. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance, the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive the two are working together. If you've figured out that much, I suppose there's little point in denying it. Von Karma knew all along that they were roommates, cooperating. I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Which is why you were hiding it from me, naturally. Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. They were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Okay. So you knew that they were cooperating. Why are you trying to bury the truth? Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. Doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this. Why would this man with a perfect record be suspicious? Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Hold it. They're working together. You did know that there was a connection between the two. Why were you trying to hide it? I don't just hand out information like candy, and certainly not to the defense. Not like that lollipop nursing fool of a detective over there. You do things your way, and I'll do them mine. And you wonder why I refuse to share information with a traitor like you. Gusto spelled out the details during the questioning. Lying blatantly and then just breezing past the fact that you lied after you called on it. Yep. Exactly. Last night after Mr. Frost's work melted, correct? Yes, I interviewed Gusto personally. Yeesh, a one-on-one with Mr. Von Karma. That must have been terrifying. I imagine Mr. Gusto probably meditated his way through the difficult parts. He most certainly did not, every time he closed his eyes. I brought him back with an almighty snap. No one dares plead the fifth with me. That's not how the law works. Didn't even work on him. And that is how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship. I guess that's how the law works in Ace Attorney world. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. It has a fifth, which is just a shrug emoji. Why were they cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone. So was their endgame. Why cooperate only until the day before the finals? Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner, and his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. Cheaters can only ever win hollow victories, I guess? I was under the impression that their collaboration has only lasted through the semifinals, but I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind. If you must.
Gusto sends a design is subpar and Frost was an amateur confectioner.
Hold it.
The cot emoji. In bar-rested. Bar tension.
Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of his design sense. Yeah, he admitted himself he isn't all that great.
He made what he alleged to be a likeness of me. Just thinking of the abomination he came out with turns my stomach. Yeah?
Oh. I thought Gregory had a lollipop eyeball for a second. Or like a monocle, like a Shelby the Killer situation.
I kind of like the guy's work. An artistically rich amateur and an artistically impoverished professional. In a way, it was inevitable that they would wind up working together. The two cooperate till the day before the final, then decide to compete on their own merits.
Lollipopsicle. You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before, or monocle, lollipopical, until the day before the finals and then just simply stopped? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree?
I have told you the truth. Whether you find it strange or not is none of my concern.
He was concerned enough to try to hide it from me only a few minutes ago, though. I really like this pose for Gregory. Just... man. Which means there must have been a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry from the final was the clear winner. Which means he must still been working with Gusto, right? That's precisely what I was thinking. I must have evidence that proves they were cooperating right through the finals. Through the finals. Through the finals. What would prove they're working together through the finals? But the body, the rules. Blood. Yeah. 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 It was scrumptious except for the lie, which was salty. It hasn't proved they're working together. Frost was found in the fountain, not at the scene of the crime. The different designs that tasted the same. Huh? I presented my badge to Von Karma. My, I mean, I guess I'm at full HP.
Objection.
Through the finals and the flames, we carry on. Take a look at this.
That has no bearing on the discussion.
Okay.
Ack. Arg. If you're going to cut in, at least do so with some finesse.
Now he's laughing at me. Alright, which evidence points to them working together on the final? Oh, it's probably really obvious. Little times, so much room. The lost roll of it. Concentrations, photos. I mean, this doesn't. Just shows what it was like beforehand. Sculptural skirmish for the lives was salty.
Objection.
I was like, it feels like that has to be it, but I don't know why. They weren't working together during the finals? I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. Oh, we're ignoring the salty bit. It's just that she was like, it was... right. Okay. Yeah, okay. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals.
How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof. One person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame.
How is that not an entirely subjective statement?
Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely, that she has also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery.
Wife Guy Von Karma.
No more objections, I take it.
There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were in collaborating. Mr. E? There's something that's been on my mind. Yes, what is it, Eddie? Frost's entry for the finals. Wouldn't it have taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures? Could he really have done all that and helped Gusto with his work? If it was me, I'd have barely gotten as far as the setting the flavored water up to freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some loyalty instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your ponderings certainly point to another possibility. Not right when he compliments him. God. It's good every time. Huh? Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what Mr. Frost must have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? Make the ice the day before the final, make the ice the day of the final, make it out of something else entirely. The day before. He must have made the flavored ice the day before, then all he would have had to do was sculpt it. What are you muttering about now? Oh, I'm sorry, I just realized something, that's all. I realize that you're correct. What? Mystery? Because they worked together before, but then on the day, but they'd already worked before, which impacted the day, but I hope you know what you're doing. Accepting defeat at last, are we? Heh. The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Would Eddie and Luke high five and miss? Yes. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Frost reciprocate and help Gusto in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection!
Perhaps not, but imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us, so why don't you let us speak with him? Yeah, it's always fun when they position him, like, almost out of frame. So the emphasis is on the point. Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim?
How dare you call my methods into question?
That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Gusto from me. One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection!
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me of some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time. Suspicions? This time? Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of, and I imagine Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means this is probably a trap. Well, cat got your tongue. Even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason enough to suspect him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it. It was a trap. I was saving this for the trial, but considered a taste of things to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. Oh my god, look at them. Oh, that's Gusto and Frost and their sons. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. They were roommates. For Frost, Gusto, and their sons, Gusto's son visited his father daily up to the semifinal. I'm sure the implication is that they have separate families and they're just there together with their sons. But until they tell me otherwise, we can just say this is one family. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. Old man, yeah, but why? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto is concerned that the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. The way it's phrased is very much like, that's them with their two sons. It's like, yeah. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. No. There was a sign by that wall on the right. What did it say? He's never gonna let me talk to Gusto. Now, if you're quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. Goodbye. Two worlds, one family. That jerk. I'll give him something to be getting on with. Nom nom nom. What do we do, Mystery? Tangaroa's finished and we can't figure something out.
What the fuck is a Wii-Fei? Am I pronouncing that word right?
Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? He's obstructing so much justice. Something on your mind? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Tangaroa, and yet he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bled? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. No autopsy report. Oh! Dad logic. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Taking a look at the scene in front of us, Detective, a very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. I don't think they adopted wife until late 2010s. Yeah, the timeline for technology in this world is like a little bit different than ours. Because when the series started. Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. So there were no traces of Frost blood left in Tangaroa's room, yet we found someone in the fountain instead. Why? Let me use my brains. The blood in the fountain was the missing blood. Gregory doesn't wear a ring and Miles don't got a mama. I guess not. Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene, but traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood?
A female husband?
If only there was a word for that, but it's such a rare thing that we just don't have a word for that yet. A female husband, what a concept. So the body must have been moved aside or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. Fuzzband? Fuzzband. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. Fife? We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. A female wife, huh? Our assumption thus far... We don't have a word for a female husband. What if we use the word wife in a portmanteau? Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. What if that assumption is false? What if Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's did Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. It had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E, we've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. Everybody's heard of that stuff. What's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Von Karma, I've tried my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? I fear he might have been, and still is. I'm not about to let him get away with it. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
You get him. You get him. Yes, what is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Him with the Columbo. Oh, there was just one more thing before you go. Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I am warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection.
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you! That person is you! What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is? What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or is not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection!
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps? And I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence? I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn.
What are you talking about?
You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body.
What?
He doesn't have the body?
Ridiculous or clutching at straws.
I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can.
Tisk, tisk. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection!
Then where's the body? Well, we just call the coroner office, and be like, how's the autopsy coming along? And they're like, what autopsy? Then that seems like a very easy thing to prove. As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Delicious, tasty crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go?
And how does this all keep connecting back to Cotton Eye Joe? What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found.
So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. What is this petty obsession with the blood stain? Bloody chocolate in it. What if it really was Miss Scone the whole time, and she says something about bloody chocolate, and you think it's her accent, but it's actually a confession? That'd be a great twist. File not found. Here's the autopsy report. It's just a broken JPEG image. But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course. After all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. Where the blood from the room went? Into the fountain. In the fountain.
Take that!
Take that, if you will. There you go. Let me make sure my collar is sufficiently popped. Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of bloodstained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposefully disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you?
Answer me. You, where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water.
No, but I do.
Curse you, Bad. You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned.
Well, no longer. As of now, you are officially off the case.
I was barely on it in the first place.
Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered?
It's really quite the claim, you know. One that you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid.
What must I do to get an answer out of him?
Now, if you don't mind, I've given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth.
Your precious logic and theories won't save you then.
Nothing will.
You and your logic. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma, your methods will be your undoing. Eventually. Eventually. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. He's gone. Goodbye. Man. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position.
Don't sweat it. It was always gonna end this way.
Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? Into an elevator. You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing.
I am, and I'll prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now.
It's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there is one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in. All right, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted, but I'd prefer to have an ace in the hole just in case. And what is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You're my assistant, after all. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. We'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know he can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. And then everything worked out, the end, happy ending. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. Oh no, not the shift to grayscale. Oh. Chad, I never played any other Ace Attorney game before. This is my first one. Does it go well for him? Hey, Chad, why are the vibes so weird? It's almost Christmas. April 2nd. I think as soon as I were coming through, they didn't even have a corpse. But somehow in court, he was still able to get a conviction. Despite that. That's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. Finally learning the truth about my father's last case. And as a body. What happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent? Oh, we could prove it all right. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we'd feared. I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. The whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th that following year. It's April now, so, oh mama, we're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day, 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad he even said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. No. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed the confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did. But he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Sideman got fired. Sideman? Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad. He took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor. Oh, Inside Man. Oh. Inside Man. Boo. For the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court, so when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair. I remember a lot myself, my father's face when they declared Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Damn. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Hey, what's that debris in the top left or middle left of the frame? What's going on over there? Okay. Poor guy. He never got the chance. I should have left with him that day. I always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did, hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. Womp womp. I hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Nope, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Did he bring the file with him today? Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict, it's been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. And he brought his version of the thing. Oh, okay, sure. Organizer of confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. One detention, he discovered he had a taste disorder, subsequently cured via medication. Okay. Convicted as accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as accomplice. They did come here to discuss the case. I guess it's still stretching plausibility, but it's fine. That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. And then he's gonna eat it. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, you know? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believed about the case was a lie? Well, there was a liar at the scene of the crime. Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. The statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know? Well, and if another person was murdered, then statute of limitations ain't up on that murder. I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't gonna bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible. Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. He wasn't gonna take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Not surprised. Now riddle me this, mousy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? That's right. You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Bingo! Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. Didn't quite keep that promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson's still being unduly punished day after day. They're doing a good job making these cases kind of interconnect a little bit. How heartbreaking. We've got to do something, Mr. Fender. What a good daughter. Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. And we're gonna see what we can find out. Right, Miles Orino? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father. Miles? But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth, I want to know the truth behind both of these cases. And I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son through and through. Alrighty then. Now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? There, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. Thank you, Fender. And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few. Take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence received from Fender. Yes, I see. So look at them in a bit. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it. Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the one from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquium and asphyxion, that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. Who even is that? And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Oh, right. Oh, no you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? I did forget. I could have sworn this is my investigation. Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. It's always winning time. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my reports to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Oof. She isn't pulling any punches. Crazy old Loris. Weren't they here for the whole flash? Were they just standing right there the whole time? The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It's only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What, really? You have to tell me. It's the law. Very well. Is it the law? Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body may also be a visitor from the past. Who could it be? Who could it be? Who could it be now? It's not Eddie. It's not Carmelo. It's not Judy. It didn't look anything like Delicia. Who could it be now? Is it Artie's body? It's been 18 years. Samson? Who the fuck is it? Huh? Huh? It's the family. It's my badge. What the hell? It's Eustace. I have no idea. They taxidermied him. It's Artie? I bet it's the dead guy? How?
Take that!
What? 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 Huh? What? Wait, huh? Zombies? Huh? What is it? Surprise corpse? Been frozen in a sculpture for 18 years? I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You seeing those poor chili winks? Wait, who the heck is Chili Winks or Artie, whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Although he was better known as Paul Helik. The sculptures on display here are all his works. No way, sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. He's dead. Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. Judge Gabel knows about IS-7? Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? That while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. This is winner. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body. We've got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something? I guess Edgeworth called it? Good goddess of justice. My father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gravel, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case, more than a certain junior prosecutor anyway. Yeah, no fair. You're trying to steal the win. I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender. Yep. See, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed this off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there has been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive? Judge Cavell seems to know the facts of the I-7 incident in some detail. Unlike the body, it was frozen. In which case, I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth. If you know about IS-7, he's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. If that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Or he's emotionally compromised and he probably shouldn't be on the case, but you know, you may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter Wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty, great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in, show we're all on the same side of justice. I whack at the pee-pee. Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time.
Duly noted, Your Honor.
This is a turn-up for the books, huh, Milesy? We get to do our thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. They've never accused themselves before, and we're not gonna start now. Okay, we'll be investigating. I'll be doing my own thing. Just holler if I find something interesting. I will. Oh my god. Well, okay, shall we? Heck yeah, I'll let the investigation commence. We're still unclear on two key facts: how Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium. Alright, we need some more intel. Indeed, let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct, it's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. It seems the police have already removed the body. But why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago suddenly turn up in this fountain? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics Guy, anything to report? Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxian have been detected in the fountain. I must say they're probably carried here by the stream from the Autumn Wing. In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. Sugar water. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. The sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? He does have good balance. The body's been taken to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway. How's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear, kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago, It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. The man's got a real pained look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Halleck piece? Yes, from his younger years when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled, My Parents. Guess the mom shone brightest in that house. Statue of a man and woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul make these as well? Yes, it seems he created them later in his life, once he'd begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. What's that bottle there on the right? Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart. Pamphlet says the gallery's famous for its tea. Understandably so, the cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. What's under the cart? Another body. This dishware was made by Artie. Looks very fancy and impractical. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. Money can't buy you taste or things that are functional. Let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. This stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Brown must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said, to still have this. Teapot. Huh? Hey, Edgy! What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Probably worth more than dead again. Honored guests. Yes. I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Bound. Judy. I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Bum, 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 bum. Teapot's a clock. I mean, every teapot's a clock. It tells you the time that the tea is ready. Thank you for this offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cuppa, coming right uppa. We never see them in any mainline game. I know. It is fun. I mean, usually it's like off screen. You'll talk to someone like Gumshoe and then they hear like, oh, the police just got this from the investigation. But now we actually have like little sprites running around. This smells great. Ah, it dribbled onto the floor due to the impracticality of the cup. It tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes. Is it all right? She's crying. Is this the same tea as earlier? Yeah. Is there anything wrong with it? Oh, no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Oh. Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend both times. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What's gotten under your skin, Larry? Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Laurie Stoneham. Dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish, even for him. Wow, what happened to there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely the poison gas was her doing. The tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white and completely spotless. And just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh! I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Come on, what's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye. Well, I'd rather it be remained white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. But there are so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. No. No. Hiya. A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. Ah. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. Yeah, right. I was hoping maybe that was dish soap or something. Alright.
Do it. Kay, do it. You must do it.
Those tulips by the door. Yep, it leads to the spring wing. Ah, spring, a popular time to move house, which makes it open season for great thieves. Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess. Boo. Why is there gravy on the floor? Like gravy on a tapestry. From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilt tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. Uh-huh. I guess somebody must have broke something? I know that insignia and a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. Spring wing, do your thing.
Rue it. Put it in the rue.
Hey there, Mazzarino, what's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Merge. Guess I better step up my game too, then. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got the lot. Melting statues, and even the murder victim's body. How did nobody even figure out that the body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son, and, well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son, too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. These two fuckers. Where are they? Where did they go? What a normal, American-looking elementary school. With the cherry blossom in bloom and everything. Okay.
What? And they were never found? Gusto's boy wasn't, not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost Kid turned up in the end though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. No need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report, and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low.
Can't you, though? Can't you, though?
I think I get it. This is it. The key to unraveling the whole mystery.
Yes, perhaps.
Great. You keep hold of it then. Quickly now, back into your pocket it goes.
He doesn't think much of it. Anyway. There are treasuries in the US. It's true. Technically true, yes, there are some.
They put sunflowers by the door.
Nice.
A fitting adornment for the entrance to the summer wonder, I suppose. Summer is also vacation time, and every great thief knows that means tourists with bulging wallets.
Pickpocketing, Kay, isn't that a little beneath a great thief?
Yeah, maybe. It's a selection of trophies won by Paul, or rather Artie Frost.
Traverse City.
Swummertime. Evidently is a very well-respected artist. Well, you got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. It's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up, something with a nice ceremony at the end, all that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests.
Why is there a lift cart just sitting here out in the open?
Somebody must have been moving something heavy.
The top of the platform seems to be wet.
You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before.
You mean like 18 years ago?
Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat.
Meh.
Just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these.
Everything's beneath her?
Pretty much. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. A bit of a head scratcher. We should give it a think, yeah?
Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case.
Mayhaps. Mr. Winter was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate in this room. I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir.
Wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall.
We all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir.
He actually sounds kind of scared of you. What kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct?
Seems the elevator's only accessible to select individuals. Wonder what's upstairs.
Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto's being treated.
Hope he's all right. We've got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up.
Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime. Yeah, trophies. Yeah.
Falsify that. They never found the body.
You'll never find the body.
The door here is marked with a nice autumny looking tree, and yet it leads to the winter wing.
I suppose it's all part of the deception.
I could steal the leaves if you like, make things a little more wintry.
I think you better leave them alone, Kang. Ah, winter, the time for arson?
This thing in front of the door is a fir tree, right?
Yes, they're usually associated with winter.
This door leads to the autumn wing. Suppose it's all part of someone's elaborate ruse. I could paint it red for that autumny feel.
Evergreens stay green all year round, Kay. Hence the name.
Sure, I knew that.
Do you mind, Mr. Winter? You're in my way.
I do mind, actually, and I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me.
We just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all.
What better spot? I demand you show it to me at once.
Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want?
Yes. Don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee.
Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gavelle.
And we'll do the same.
You are the self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course.
Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving community.
Looks like Judge Gavelle will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay.
Yes.
Indubitably. Oh, I don't want to talk to Larry. Oh, don't make me. If a stupid person was stupid. That was the concept behind his creation.
Sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent.
Did Paul make this one too?
He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the math test. Talk about relatable.
Math.
Alright, Larry, what's up? I'm gonna keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Whoa, quit with the glare off, you two. It's weird. Yeah, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. Quit it, I already told you. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on. I'm not talking to you ever again, starting now. This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. What are you hiding? Come on, Larry, what are you hiding? Not saying. Look, you two, this no time for kids games. This no time. Well, I certainly wasn't playing. It's pretty clear Loris isn't gonna talk to you. Oh, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. And you know what he's hiding? I might have an idea what that is. Is it this? Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bounce tea set that's got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you'd prefer to explain it to Judge Gavelle. Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. I don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down, dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. All right, I'll talk. What are you hiding? All right, Larry, enough is enough. Confess. Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours by lying to him, hiding things? I get the picture. Stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything. Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her, but I got distracted, and my hand slipped, and smash. I broke the teapot, a priceless work of art, and it's in pieces because of me. No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from. You really messed up this time, Loris. See, Edgy, everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. My teapot, I see. I'm sorry, Judy, I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Dotem, it's really me who should be apologizing. How could I fail to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. Ah, this other teapot you're talking about. It's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw that other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Uh-huh. Oh, I see. Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite all right. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm gonna give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models, after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? But I will be keeping out of her way because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Want to see? Interested in Loris's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry's captured any unusual details this time, too. Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my breastwork beer. Really? Now I want to see them, too. Aw, you're a sweetheart, Kay. All right, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? This time, I suppose we might as well take a look. Show me sketches. So, these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy, if you wanted to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. Oh. Well then. Well, I mean, they're very good. The bottom one. The one at the bottom with the panic and the fountain and the cloth is just, you know, great. Good job. He's actually not bad. No, he's really got him good. I told you already, ravishing beauties. I kind of wish the one of Verity was her, like, flipping him off or something, instead of just, like, a nice pose. Just a few of the fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy and, somebody else. Why'd you draw them all on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and, well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So these were all drawn at different times. Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though. Wow, you did? Hee, I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course, you think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination? Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. The colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving cart in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. A little deduction's in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please. Am I just presenting it? Hooey! This page is a real beauty, right? I've really done my subjects justice here. Which one's your favorite? I really couldn't decide. They're all perfect in their own way. I'm sure you think all of your portraits are perfect, don't you? Of course not. Not everybody's a suitable subject, you know. Take you, for example. You're the dictionary definition of super hot mess. Larry just called Edgeworth a hot mess. I don't resemble that description, do I? Yeah, he is. Is there a present on the cart? Do. There is. Deduce! I would like to deduce. It is time to deduce. Urethra. I've got it. Larry, could I ask you about your sketches? Yep, fascinated by the work of the great Laurie Stoneham, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you, everything's exactly as I saw it. But the tablecloth in the carts here in this room is white. Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes you right by, huh? But what's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right, it was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Inconspicuous. Mm-hmm. Yum. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing? Yeah, and she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. Uh-huh. And what did she do with this second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. A lift cart. Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it just goes to show you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set, too? You better check with Miss Bound. Sus. What do you know? What are you hiding? Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound? I had to go until our visitors were closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, a few things, actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The two carts. Mario Kart, but it's Ace Attorney. And you knock the cart over and poison gas spills out everywhere. You could have, you know, Phoenix and Maya and Miles, Gumshoe, Blue Badger. Get everybody. Hope the fan's made out of chocolate. Everything's chocolate. Are there two serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Steel Samurai. Why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us this sketch. The parrot. Mm-hmm. Maya channeling Mia. Oh yeah, Maya channeling that. You're right. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue. Race attorney. Oh. Light blue, I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Raise the turn. It is very good, but also, if I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake? Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when this sketch was drawn? Let me see, I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. Judy's duties. What's your work? What exactly were you doing when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your cards doesn't have a T set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Hee hee, thanks, Miss Bound. Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket. She has pockets? She has pockets? In that dress? Suspicious. 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 They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it. They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. Tell me about the poison gas. Dress with pockets. The apron, though. I guess she does have an apron, right? Maybe. Something. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them? Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit. Why go through the trouble of creating replicas? Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, re-completed. It was my fault the original set melted in the first place, after all. I see. Is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar? Oh, you really think they look alike? Oh, boo-hoo. Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident? She's clearly lying, but I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Well, okay, bye. Still gonna talk to you. Hello there, dearie. Yelling into his belly button. Still investigating away, are you? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course, and treasure is for when they're in a tiz. Love is for people you're not that keen on, and pedal is you use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Well, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth, pedal, I hope you're getting all this down. Don't even try it, okay? Oh, dearie B. Oh, I thought there was more to talk to her about. Where do I? Maybe I have to use my brain. Maybe I have to use my brain. Oh. That doesn't add up. Ow, I have a headache. Ugh. Let me try thinking again. He swapped the teapots and the tea smells different. You gotta do that first. K's learning to be British, a useful skill for any thief. Oh, I suspect the difference in aroma we noticed is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. Why is she always on the verge of tears? My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea. Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma's coming from. Sure. Could that really be it? Yeah! Hiya! In my brain! Put them together! The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. I suppose. Hey, right? Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. But there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one. You're right. You expect it to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance, so what if she had been hiding some in that teapot? What? In the teapot? It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding that Ubiquium? Oh! My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance of use. What? You do know where it came from? Yes. Where? Miss Bound's teapot. Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence. Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all. She was very quick to cast aspersions onto Delicia. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You didn't worry about that. Also very much because of this. This makes her incredibly suspicious. It's great. I wouldn't know the first thing about making poisson gas. Seeing if you did find some Ubiquium in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first. She claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Fish gas. The gas was poisson. Edgeworth speaking. Sir, it's me. Is everything all right, Detective? Everybody's left the Winter Wing. It's just me in here now, which means I can tell you what we found out. Really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation, but after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. The exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though. Describe this stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which were sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? And salt. What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the Winter Wing, too. There were a few of those being used in the Autumn Wing to disguise it as the Winter Wing, as I recall. It seems the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this. I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Thank you, Detective. I can't believe Maya did it. It's crazy. Was that Gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say. He did, and all of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false, I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. You, Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. Of course, dear, fire away. Anything for you, Mousy Smilesy, and dear sweet little Tooth Decay. I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Mousy Smilesy. I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either. Well, you just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it. Yeah, well, I guess we tried. Mustard, ham, and mayonnaise in the draft song? Offer to a T. Maybe? I don't remember the exact lyrics. That was a catchy song, though. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics. I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest.
Wow, that's super generous of you.
Teehee, well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
That better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you what kind I thought that was.
Back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy, what happened to you, eh? A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that.
So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the Autumn Wing. I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. Was she looking for? No. How does paper taste? Delicious. Maybe I could jog her memory with something so Maybe I should jog her memory. So Miss Scone will tell us more. Making poison? Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled infesticide Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says it right there on the label. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium. Ever. What about a lay person? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose through the ultimate... unless they'd had a nose through the ultimate cookbook anyway. The prize from the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquium bit, is in there. Oh. So the poison is just written in the book. Okay. You're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear, I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. There it is, okay. Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. What if I do this? You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one. How rude. You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel, then? Perhaps you used it to wipe up some sort of spillage? A spillage, he says. The cheek! That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Bring me from my spirits around the poison for Gusto. Gusto's poison. Yeah. The poison specifically for Gusto. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the Autumn Wing. Very sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. At first, I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy. One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct? Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the Autumn Wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was gonna look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best. I see. It does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion. So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one the victim was wrapped in, just happens to reappeared in the fountain at the same time as the body. It's an unfortunate number of typos in this. Not that many, but gifted to Bound by Scone, lost 18 years ago, only to be discovered floating in the fountain before the body washed up too. Do I have anything in my brain? The ultimate cookbook. If I would like 2 apples for my cookbook. I want to take the inbound. Oh. Judy. Like it's worse in later cases. That's a bummer. Like I can almost understand them at launch if like whatever they just didn't catch them. I feel like game's been out for a hot minute, and I would imagine it's not that hard to patch in. And I can't believe they wouldn't know that people have found typos. Anyway. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Brown? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you got a thing for her, Milester. I do not. Dodger! Welcome! Howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? How's Dodger doing? I really appreciate it. We're playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. So, you know, maybe that means something to you. We are a good chunk into case 3. If you're gonna raid and run, no worries. I can try to give you a brief summary of what the hell's happening, if you're gonna stick around. Yeah, hello. Bestower of office is in the chat. Yeah, I'm no longer out of that office anymore, but that was a good time. Welcome. Yeah, so, how the hell do I summarize this? This case is a mess because we're in sort of 2 timelines. We're playing as Miles on the left here. His dad worked a case 18 years ago in this exact same location, and they're kind of interconnected in a weird way. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for no worries. Hope you're well as well. I really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, no worries about the raid and run. For anyone sticking around, we're trying to figure out a guy from the case 18 years ago opened up a glass display case and poison gas came out of it. And to make the cast, you need 2 ingredients, and we're narrowing down who had access to those ingredients. There's a lot of shit going on right now. Don't worry about it. I don't know. Maybe it'll make sense. It's a very, very difficult thing to come in partway through, but everything's fine. Oh, the most important thing is this is the guy that died 18 years ago, and his body just showed up, freshly preserved 18 years later, so it's fine. Hail! Hail! Also, Larry's here. Do you want the office back? I'm not there. I do not. Chill! I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jude's? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. What? They threw her out? Yep, Jude's wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her to make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though? Yes, why did she retire? She'd finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it. So that proves she would know how to make the poison for Gusto. If she had access to the book with the poison recipe, guess this place and everything to do with it was all that she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back, all of it. Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight, but from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. Let me put together the puzzle pieces inside my brain. Hiya! Hiya! She knew! The ultimate cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas. And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way! You mean? I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. I did it. My slight headache recovered. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the tests on the teapot. To see if there was ubiquium in there. I mean, if it's not, then it has to be. It has to be. Time travel on sweets. Although, I think, I actually don't know if we're done with the time travel. They kind of made it seem like we'd sort of wrapped up what they were doing. I don't know. But yeah, there's segments where you play as his dad, which is neat. 18 years ago. On Christmas. The test results have just come in, sir. God, I wish that was me. Traces of ubiquium were found in the teapot. They were? Just like Edgeworth said. Curse you! You better not think this means you beat me. You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. What? But first is best. Everyone knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway. But, Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. But he's so easy to taunt. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. But Gavel. Oh, all right. Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim.
Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. World's most tauntable boy. It's so easy to punch down, Your Honor. Mr. Winner's annoying but totally harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand, first is the best. Now, yes, fan name was the best. Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use. So you're telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison gas. Nervously sweating and shuffling around.
Objection!
Yep. You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you'd be a more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the ultimate cookbook, correct? A book that just so happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. Ooh, ouch. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. But you lied earlier about not knowing how to make poison gas out of those ingredients. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium. Heh, I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself, wouldn't it point to it being a suicide attempt? So she's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know, perhaps you stole it? You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago, and that very evening I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Delicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true, and I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Jews, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, We all know you'd never hurt somebody for no reason, so... What was the reason for hurting somebody? No, not you. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender? Can you blame me? We've got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. You've got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. Why? If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Well, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. And I don't think she's joking. And actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. I don't know why this pose reminds me of the, is this a bird, butterfly meme? Seems like a similar kind of pose. Is this an evidence? Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. Is this a good lie? And what technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? Is this a murder? But he did it himself inside of a locked room. I am so innocent. Since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look for the past. Look to the past for clues instead. A turnabout in thinking. My father used this method as well. All right, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Judes involved in what happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. And yet, his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Don't thank me. Thank your pops. Now take it away, Mousy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you're going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best. Perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall. and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's works. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. Alright. It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because, if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. That's it. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Cavell, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Haha, spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
No, I will.
I will, Your Honor. It took 18 years, at long last I was able to buy his house.
Hold it!
18 years. You must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Miss Bound. This home, this place, such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I had found. Dee-dee-dee-dee-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Samson, I did what I had to do. To see that home was waiting here for you. How does she make it look so easy? Bravo!
I'll say. I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer. If you could continue with your testimony, Miss Bound, minus the singing, if you please.
Greg's ghost sitting here with popcorn. Get her ass, boy! He's just throwing popcorn at Eustace the whole time. A place like this is expensive. I decided to turn it into an art gallery.
Hold it!
Investigations 1, Miles Edgeworth. Not really about Miles, even though he plays him. Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. Miles is not a prosecutor for a lot of the game. That's a good point. There are some gambits, though. You manage the gallery by yourself, Miss Bound? Well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the mansion going. Can't have it falling down to around my ears. Samson could come home any day, after all. Surely got the house back for him. I'm so sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more. Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson. Gam doing a bit. That's what a gambit is. To that end, I collected as many Paul pieces as I could from around the world. Paul Halik. Paul Halique. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Or was Frost the pseudonym for... he adopted it while working as a sculptor in France. I see. I'm curious about this France of which you speak. The pieces in your collection. How were you able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures? It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Paul around the world. Yeah, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made. Really? Perhaps we could go into some more detail on that. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open up a space dedicated to his work.
Hold it!
Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound. Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. Oh, she's doing it again. A gallery of dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of gaiety and candy all day long.
A gallery of what?
That was the idea, anyway. And here I thought I was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied with musical numbers. Alas, Mr. Tangaroa transgressed against the edicts of the goddess of justice, and as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. I'm listening. No, Samson, he's innocent. That awful prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true. He never hurt anybody. Mr. Tangaroa gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made.
Hold it!
A gallery? These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Frost's room 18 years ago? Yes, you certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth. So those statues in the Winter Wing were just copies? Replicas. And I didn't even get to see them before they melted. No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas. Which means Miss Bound is lying. I know, it's such an awful shame, and after we went to the trouble to recreate them too. The sculptures in the Winter Wing weren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that or I'll never get the truth. Huh? Moi? I have evidence that they're not replicas? How could I prove? How could I prove that they're not just replicas? There's a Pisces statue. Well, I mean, it seems like he was frozen inside of a... How did that happen? His body was inside of a treasure chest. How did his body get frozen in a block of ice and then sculpted around without it being visible? I have so many questions. Could I say that because this was used to move stuff? I was able to create replicas based on the photos that I made. What is the issue? Sure, I was interested that I sure found the pale blue looking in Ari's frost room. I'm sure taking the found tomorrow. It's gonna match. It matches the same sugar from his room 18 years ago. I guess. Objection! Yeah. I mean, how many variances can there be in sugar ice? I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. We established the body was in the chest. It was never found. Well, there was a photo of it? Was there not a photo of it? Wasn't it found in the chest? Am I going insane? Is the game gaslighting me? Was the body never in the chest? It was her photo? Oh. She took a... Oh. Oh, but it was... Oh. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. No one else ever saw it, as far as we know, because they all talked about it, assuming that... They led us along to think that it was a normal investigation, but... Yeah, and those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas, they were the very statues Frost carved 18 years ago. I could probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of their chemical makeup, no chance. Chad, is that real? Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. Nervously fanning. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years. How the fuck would I know? You're supposed to know everything, chat. If you don't know, just lie and answer to me. That's your job. What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? Anyone here a scientist? Sugar is bones is bugs. Chat, is this real? 3. Sugar, that sounds about right. Yes, 100%. I am a pharmacist. Okay, cool. Sugar's a lie. Gotcha. The arrangement of crystalline structures within the water might be different, but sucrose is sucrose is sucrose. It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you get a big enough icebox. Would you lick the 18-year-old popsicle? If it was in the shape of Sonic the Hedgehog, yes. Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much. Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing? How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth. I see. Then I better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. 18 years. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issues with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. You saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. Question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. We're dealing with flimsy testimony from 18 years ago? That's like the most unreliable thing you could think of. I was upstairs. Hold it! Define upstairs. What were you doing while you were waiting? Left-handed chirality, sugar. I was in my room practicing some dance routines. Uh-huh. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bop with Samson, you see? Bacon Bop? What kind of show was it? It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets. Well, that sounds awesome. Hold the phone, Miles. You used to watch it? My father introduced me to it. I may have watched an episode or two. So Miss Bound passed the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routines. Was this moment Miss Bound stole the sculptures? No. That can't have been the moment she did it. I'd better listen carefully to what she says. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge.
Hold it!
Did he show it to him? Mm-hmm. That's pretty good. Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? And I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I wouldn't have had time. Changing the film and the camera as requested by Mr. Tangaroa. Was this the moment when she stole the sculptures? No. That can't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully. Think he knows the song? 100%. Before I could take the camera back, I discovered his body.
Hold it!
The body. You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaroa's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes, I heard the sound of something collapsing. It was in the next room over. Samson, are you in here? Ah!
We be pirates, we love to sail the seven seas. Just a bunch of scallywags who are as free can be. We swim through storms and waves, all because you see grand treasure and adventures waiting just for me.
The sound of the chocolate chip falling over after a certain someone took a bite out of one of the supports. And Mr. Tangaroa was still in Mr. Gusto's room when he found the body. Yes, I'm fairly sure that was the case. He was judging each room in order, and he liked to take his time. The real treasure is the dead bodies you find along the way. The point at which she discovered Mr. Frost's body. Was this the moment she stole the sculptures? No. That can't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That's when she did it.
Hold it!
That's when she did it. My first instinct was to type, ahoy, what the fuck? I gotcha. Just as you did today. I did make this when I was streaming Hades 2, and there were pirate ships, and I was like, I wish I had a distant sound muffled version of this. I mean, it's hard to hear over the game. So then I made it for that, and then we started playing this, and I just never had the opportunity to use the muffled one. Someone's playing Ace Attorney 5 next door. Anywho, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included, I remember it well. Liminal space parts. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little cart of yours. That was that same apartment. When the goddamn neighbors won't shut up with their stupid fucking parties late at night. Anyway, oops. Didn't mean to pause. Alright, we're back. And did anything strike you as strange around that time? Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold. His saucer was cold. They did mention that, and I knew that that was important. Fuck. Did I just put a high pass filter on it? I think it was high pass with a little bit of reverb. I think there's reverb on it too. Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures. You make the old man proud. It's Acro all over again. I mean, of course we had to check under the card. It was covered up. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting I somehow got the sculptures out of Frost's room right under everyone's noses? Yes, that is precisely what I'm suggesting. Yeah, 100%. God, I really wish back then it was like dripping a little bit. But like just in the like subtle. She stole the sculptures and she had them right there in Gregory's cheeks.
Take that!
Ah, Judy, my father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case. There! Over what? Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately. Who said anything about a serving cart? But I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead? I'm suggesting Miss Bound use this to transport the sculptures. Yeah.
Take that!
And this is the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this very room. Right there. Look at it. By God. We originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? I am. Yep. Just cram them in there. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side. I guess if the statue was stable enough? Feels like the moment you put it sideways, it would just fall apart, but what do I know? Add a tablecloth. Et voila. It looked exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. I suppose, hey. Can it be? Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly! They're sitting on top of a big block of ice! She did this on her own at 16. Yeah. She was ahead of her time. How could you, Judes? Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it? You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room? Yes, I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it. That is very sneaky. I didn't notice it at all. How does the regular serving cart look by comparison? Do I have a picture of it? I don't think I do. I wonder if there is a subtle difference to like the part that you grab or something. Or maybe they just look very similar. Yeah. Anyway. He deduced and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I'd removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice zodiac blocks as well. Kenny's past Eddie would refer to her as Miss Bound even though they're around the same age. And I calls her Judes. Yep. Zodiac blocks. I feel like I've seen them for myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, with it being hollow on the inside. If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh, empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored ice works in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. But what about the dead body? I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed. And I think she have offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How'd you figure that? Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you... God. She definitely had that at the ready for Eustace, but Using it for us is devastating. Ugh. You should memorize the various statutes and limitations outlined in this book. Literally statutes for dummies. What's a clock? Everything's a clock. Statutes of what? God. Okay. Simply put, K, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? 7 years from day of the crime. Oh, it's gone. So it's different for every crime? Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. Ah! And it's been 18 years. Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago, so it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it. He doesn't know how to read. Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Objection! No. No, it's not pointless, because it changes the nature of the case. I wouldn't be so sure about that, for you see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest. Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body? Nervously sweating again. I am indeed. But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? By hiding it in a very unusual way. Oh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has just told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. If you're confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden? Let me read this book real quick. 7 years for day of the crime, separate time frame supplier with regards to claims for damages. 15 years for day of the crime for murder. Suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Okay. Okay. Alright. Jiminy. Sugar. Huh? I don't know. Where was his body hidden? She ate it? Time travel? There's no way she got it inside the statue. Why'd she go through all that effort to hide them? And then bring them back. Sugar water. She put them in the cookbook. Pisces statue as you saw it. You know. Okay. Evaluated. I mean, if she hid it in an ingenious method, then I'm gonna say the statues. Take that! A photograph of Mr. Frostworks and of the victim's body, Your Honor. I don't see how this is possible, but it was kind of the only one that made sense. You have to forgive me, I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body? The body's hiding right here. It's gotta be the left one, because somehow the cloth is part of it. Like right in there? Take that! Like in there? The Gemini sculpture? It may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact... Oh. He's not hiding inside of it, he just is the statue? And he's wrapped in cloth? Oh, that's morbid. Oh, wow. Hey, Dan. Is that why he's called Frost? Well, good timing. Everything's terrible here. Welcome. How you doing? Hope Dan had a good stream. We're I think we're far, who knows? We're deep into case 3 in Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I would try to get you caught up, but at this point, I just know there was a body hidden for 18 years and it just showed up. And we just figured out where it was. So everything's fine. Happy Halloween. Yeah, things are normal. They're trying not to starve. Oh, hell yeah. Hope it was a good time. Yeah, Larry's here. Everything's bad. Oh, we just found a body. Welcome. If you're gonna raid and run, no worries. I appreciate you stopping by. If you're gonna stick around, happy Halloween. If you're gonna stick around, The statue on the left is actually a dead body, is what we just figured out, and have been sitting there for 18 years. So things are going really good for us here. Surely you can't be serious. I am, and don't call me Shirley. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim. It was the caveman Ice Scooby-Doo meme the whole time. A certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands you present what was used to conceal the body. This. Take that! One of the cloths from the autumn wing? Yes! When it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing, you might mistake it for ice? People could get real close to these statues. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Almost Halloween means it wasn't Halloween. Well, yes, dear, but you can't make it look like just about anything, really. Even, you can make it look like just about anything, including blazing fire? Okay. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice, exactly like it. No? Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though? Yeah, in case you missed it, those cloths have, like, fiber optic cables running through them. So they're powered by a little box, which I have... I think it's attached to it. Yeah, this little box then sends the data, the color in the cables, and then it goes through the fiber. But still, it wouldn't look like fucking ice for 18 years. If you would care to look at, take another look at the photograph of the Winter Wing, Your Honor, you'll notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice. No, that can't be. Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the Winter Wing... Oh, God. I forgot they took a fucking selfie. Yes, we were standing right in front of the body. Oh. Oh, God. But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the Winter Wing disguised as a sculpture? Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as it is. Miss Bound needed to remove Miss Frost from the Winter Wing in order to throw us off the scent. Did she send him tobogganing down the river into the fountain? She must have. I guess the body could fit through there. Ridiculous! I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart. The same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. But I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. This is like one of the most morbid cases. Just the disrespect for the dead body. It feels like a step up from a lot of Ace Attorney cases. This is a mess. Only the cloth appeared at first, the cloth she discovered. And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? Where's your sense of whimsy? Yeah. Whimsy of a frozen body getting stuck in a fountain and then cloth flying off of it? Yes. Think I know the knife in him for 2 days? Yeah. This feels worse, though. This feels worse. That was bad, but this feels worse. What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim? Well, Your Honor, let me just take an hour to look at the evidence. And I never looked at this, did I? Seems like I was mentioning Tangaroa room. It was almost Christmas, 18 years ago. Rock salt lamp. Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Samson, organizer of confectionery, his victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered he had a taste disorder, which was cured via medication, convicted as accomplice based on his confession. Artie Frost, also known as Paul Haliquet, under which name he was a renowned sculptor in France, contested in the confectionery contest. Body was discovered in Tangaroa's room. Cause of death was blood loss following a blow to the head. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. Oh, there's the photo. Okay. And then there's that. I'm feeling it has something to do with Gusto being hit with poison gas. Somehow she's connected to that with the body, with the thing. But I am not, I don't have an idea. I don't got the picture in my brain. That was from 18 years ago. This thing with Frost blood. Yeah. Yeah. Still not sure how their kids tie into the scene. I'm sure they'll come in some tragic way later on. How I prove it was her? Is it the chocolates? Slightly melted after being kept in her pocket? Is that incriminating? I'm too far along. Was Gusto trying to retrieve the body? Gusto. Gusto? Yeah. Gusto. But like a hint? What if I did this?
Take that!
The photo of her pushing the cart. More drawings? Turns out I didn't need it. And is that me? Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they pass through the fountain room. What I'm interested in is the cart we can see here. Oh, he was Gustavia. Gotcha. Miss Bound's serving cart, what about it? You don't see it? She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Miss Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. You know he's serious when he drops the ergo. What? If I may, no. I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? Allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. What's Eustace up to? Disassociating in the corner? I had originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he assured me that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. What? But the shape of the cart is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it'd be immediately obvious if the tablecloth is being draped directly over the body.
Objection!
Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift cart and it easily passed muster as a regular serving cart. Wouldn't you agree? Is he saying that the blanket was lit up? And that's why it was illuminating it to make it look blue? Because it wasn't plugged in if she was carting it around. Also, it'd be wet. This doesn't make sense, but it's fine. Goddess of justice. Miss Bound. Surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body just as you did 18 years ago. It has a battery. Is it battery powered? I suppose. I assumed that it had to be plugged in. This was the switch to change the color of the cloth. See how they work. It looks just like ice. Wow. Great. All right. I really gotta make that I suppose emote. It comes up so much in this game. Surely it was you who did move the body just as you did 18 years ago. I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Ice opposed. Once you've disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more, which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving cart, you had to find someplace to put your chocolates. My chocolates? The ones I was handing out? As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart, but the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? Bah. It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on, that's why. One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates and the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed. If stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us?
Or I smash at the pee-pee. Where exactly is the tablecloth used to hide the body?
On her person. It's always something like that. Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person and in plain view, in fact. In plain view?
No, surely you don't mean.
Miss Bound, it's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? Was she not wearing that when we first met her in present day? Because I did not notice. It's at the bottom of the frame, so it's sneaky if that's the case. And given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, the cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. Couldn't tell you. All we would need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work.
The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean.
Every time Moobot points, I get anxious. Good. You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. Oh, she shed a tear. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Was Delicia a red herring the whole time? Her being suspicious and weird and being ageless was all red herring. Last week I went into your bag and I took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy, oh gosh. But Judes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side, all fighting together to free Samson? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but why do it this way, though? It's not like you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I stole them purely for selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. Then why hide the body as a skull? Why? I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I'd actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? She didn't know. Oh, she didn't know. Thank God. Okay. Oh, did Von Karma do that? Oh, okay. That makes way more sense. Okay, Von Karma disguised the body and moved it and hid it. And she didn't know. Because it's just that convincing. The fabric. Okay, cool. Okay, we're good. We're back to it being tragic instead of just what the fuck? Just what had happened. So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures. It's still strange that she stole them, because why would the police just be like, yeah, let him melt, fuck it. Samson's a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty. His hair. That didn't sound like Von Karma, doesn't it? After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I'd ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and I... Jude's. After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. Let me just double check. Statutes for dummies? Yep, that tracks. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right. You couldn't have just gone to the police? Okay. I guess it wouldn't be Ace Attorney if she just went to the police. It seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake. Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind. If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to... find the true killer. Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew the body was hidden in the icework. Would the killer have known that? If the killer, let's just say the killer already dropped him in the treasure chest. Treasure chest gets knocked open. Why would the killer know the body was moved and disappeared if the everything publicly was that they had an autopsy report and all that? Would the killer know that? So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Well, if Von Karma moved the body and then didn't tell anyone, because why would Von Karma say it? Why would the killer, unless Von Karma was the killer, but he's not, it doesn't make sense. So, no. You're assuming Von Karma disguised the body with some mustache. You're right. Well, yeah. Yeah, because you're right. Okay, so if the timeline was the body was discovered, she took a picture of it, they leave, come back, the body's gone, everyone just assumes it was the police, and Von Karma runs with that. But then the actual killer was the one that used that gap to then dress up the body. I don't know. Yeah, I was assuming that it was Von Karma, because fuck Von Karma. So, fair. Thank you for correcting my assumption. Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might have successfully covered their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the Autumn Wing was all winter wingy. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? Whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of IS-7. No. But that would mean the real killer was... Enough, not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you're saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you're clearly about to make? Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so... Should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? Yeah, why not? My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Carpe diem. Miles is always saying this. Yes, Judge Gavel, I'm prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who's to blame for the IS-7 incident. It was you, Verity. Take that! Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident? Gusty? Boop. Mr. Gusto. Miss Bound, as we've established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. I have nothing to hide anymore. I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms, and found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan.
Judes, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place.
Judy, Judy, Judy.
18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again.
That's a very, very good point.
So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible.
She's actually pretty smart. I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down. Fender.
This can't be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name. Yeah, but like statute of limitations and stuff. The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. Unless there's something with, something with Gusto being out of the country for a period of time. Chat, is this the break here, and now we have a section, is this the final section of this case? Or is it like this, and then another to be continued, and then like another, and then it keeps going? Does anybody know? It is? Final part? Let's go. Let's do it. Hopefully it's not 3 hours long. It's a bit long. Sweet. Well, my next stream's not till next Tuesday, so if I can finish this case, I'd like to. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes. Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. This part's pretty long. Sweet. Buckle up. I understand. I'm gonna have to get more water. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case. What? Why? What do you mean? There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. And long play that an hour left. Okay, that's fine. Which means for me it'll be like 3. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself. Objection! Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gavel. Especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts. Are you suggesting the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor? Yes. That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. Yes, very much yes. There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth. How so exactly? By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs, that's how. What? Perhaps it's time you understand how the committee sees this case. Yes, please, by all means, what's going on? The committee's willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified the autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Frost's murder. Oh. And this is how the committee sees things, is it? Yeah. There's no prosecutorial corruption with all going edge with corrupt? Yeah, correct. It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order. Dun dun. It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Tangaroa or Bound. Just gavel a bunch of finger puppets. Committee's willing to accept that he falsified it. Sure, why not? If you accept that he falsified the report, then why don't you reinvestigate the case? Because the goddess of justice is never wrong. Okay, her verdict remains true despite his manipulations. Despite blatant evidence tampering, you sure your precious goddess is into that?
Almost makes you think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again.
Further investigation is simply unnecessary since the goddess of justice has already spoken. Not a cult, by the way.
Is that right?
Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice.
Hold it!
I believe it was the confession that sealed Mr. Tangaroa's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt on the final verdict itself. I'd like to speak to this goddess. Can you put her on the phone? Samson confessed to the initial investigating officer, one Detective Ian Sideman. The official records state that it was his interrogations that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is the goddess of justice has already spoken.
Unbelievable, she just won't budge.
Are these committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they are a prosecutor's worst nightmare.
It's kind of like how the police are to a great thief, huh?
Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though. Kitchen boss battle? I personally have come to believe the real culprit was Miss Bound.
Hold it!
Miss Earthbound herself. Are you suggesting that Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound killed Frost together? Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Tangaroa could have been the one to commit the act itself. Miss Bound was to remove the body. What? The thought that we could ever kill? You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising you might be considered a suspect as... But she has freely confessed to all of her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past. Very well. Let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present. Her plan to poison and kill Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Frost's murder.
Hold it!
Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Gusto for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. A genuine Gemini. Little did he know he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. He brought a blowtorch to bust into the case. Like, why? That's not, I'm just here to look at the statue. What do you mean?
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Gusto remains in critical condition. It'll be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there's little we can do for now. On the contrary, there's plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Allow me to spill it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain the incident and the gas.
Hold it!
All the evidence you need. In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas, we have the sources of the 2 chemicals and Miss Bound's confession. As for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing. But whoa, that doesn't sound good.
Don't worry, Maserino.
If nothing else, you're always more than welcome at Edgeworth & Co. Your Honor, I'd greatly appreciate it if we could stay focused on the matter at hand. Haha, of course. Now, where was I? What the hell is her deal? We have therefore determined that there is no need to investigate either case any further. You really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to investigate? None at all. All the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from them. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Miss Judy Bound. We're not in trial. Your Honor, I'm certain there's something that still needs to be examined. The hammer's about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now, assuming there really is anything left, that is. This isn't over, not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have answers to. It's up to me to point it out to Judge Cavell. What's the one thing we don't have answers for? Why was all the pink goo on the floor? I don't know. I guess that's just leftover debris from the situation. There's all that. I mean, technically, yes, this is something that's unresolved, but I don't think that's the issue. You know, the situation. The entire situation that's happening. Statues for dummies. It's the Pee-Pee Whacker. Pee-Pee Whacker 9000, top of the line. You won't believe what this baby can do. What lingering questions do I have? I mean, many, but specifically, what don't I have an answer to? Oh. Bomb. I don't know. Also, that's it for even still, the only reason that is an accomplice. They can believe the real culprit was bound. When a poison kill him, this goes to attempt to frame him for the Mr. Frost murder. We only have need to claim the incident and the gas attack. Therefore, there's no need to investigate the case any further. Anything in the case report? Remember the rock salt lamp? Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago. Samson, on his attention, he discovered he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Convicted as accomplice. I mean, there could be something about it being cured, how that meant someone had access to the book, right? Because he had it. I don't know. No detailed officer report to the body going missing. It was in the confectionery contest. Bodies discovered in Tangaroa's room causes of death was blood loss, flying, a blow to the head. There's the body. Yeah. Should be okay to ask questions. Yeah, no, I don't mind nudges, especially if we have like an hour of game left at this late hour. I don't mind chat helping out. Yeah. No accompanying prints. I just don't know what specific. I don't know what line to present it on, and I don't know what one thing is. Let me reread what he said. There's still one thing we don't have an answer to, and it's up to me to point it out. What the fuck is the motive? Assuming it was Gusto, I think it's out of my inventory now, because I think that was Gregory's inventory. But there was like, they were working together, Artie and Gusto were working together, and then they had some sort of rifts where they stopped working together on the final day. I don't know why he killed him, but there's more to their relationship. Don't have an updated autopsy report. Yeah, but she's like, that's fine, we don't care. So that doesn't seem to phase her. Couldn't taste salty, but avoid salt anyway because he preferred sweets. I have no idea. I need help, chat. Otherwise, I'm just gonna start random bullshit go. The plan of poison today was her friend's attempt to frame him. Yeah? I just don't get it. If you had a lethal dose of salt and it's the kid's photo? This is unresolved about what his motivation was? But she's not... Is it on this line? Objection! No. Huh. Where's Gumsh right now? He's vibing. Maybe on this line? Objection! I don't know. If it's the photo, I don't know where to present it. There's no need to investigate the other case for maybe this line. Objection! No, I don't think it's the photo. He's face down in the poison gas room. He ate all the poison to make it clear for us to go in. No, hasn't used it. Does anybody in chat have any ideas? Because if not, I might just look it up. Because I'm genuinely stumped. I have no idea. Nothing's jumping out at me as like, this is clearly unresolved. The signs was used. Gumshoe Fender taking turns to giving use to wedgies. It's the analysis. So not this. Where's the analysis? This. It matches the sugar. Wasn't that resolved? The fact that there was salt in it was not resolved. Everything else was resolved. That's why I glossed over this. I was like, I don't need to look at this because the sugar matching it is the same. It's the same statue. It was in the fountain water because it went down the thing. Okay, maybe it's the salt then. We've all the evidence needed to explain it. What about the salt? That is such a very specific thing. I have no problems with being stumped on that. That is so specific. I'm afraid there's one question concerning IS-7 that remains unanswered. Thank you for the help. Would you mind taking a look at this? What is it? Case 3, my dudes. Their test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the winter wing. Literally one line on one document. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. The question is, whose? Oh. Wait, what? That's the question? Shouldn't it be obvious that it was Artie's blood? Huh. I guess I just assumed? Until that's answered, I think everything have all the answers. Okay. Okay, there was blood in the Gemini case. Wouldn't it be Artie's? Artie's nuts? Why don't I hear about this from Eustace? Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winter about it myself, of course. You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you've done here today. As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. Is he just buying time? I don't know. This is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace. Where is he? Guess who's back, losers? And with good news, too. Hello. Oh, he's back. It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive. Gusto! He made it. He didn't have a tattoo before, did he? You're the ones who found me? Yep. Long time no see, Gusto. You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown, and you've an assistant of your own now. Assistant? No, I'm... he hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask what really happened 18 years ago. What are you talking about? We figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who off poor Artie Frost. Nervous sweating, I see. What, is that true? Miss Bound set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent. Oh, it's not that. Gusto here's a fan of the old meditation, you know, Om and all that jazz. Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent. Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, okay? Hey, Gusto, old pal, how about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when? I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer? Is this your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here. Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto, and there is no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed. At least somebody here seems to be on my side. Judge Verity Gavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth. He's not on the case, pay him no heed. Why don't you explain to him what happened? Fine. You want to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? Want me to prove it? I'll be happy to. So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gavel? You're hoping Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record? I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you. Haha, we shall see about that. What do you advise, Judge Gavel? It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share with us why? Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures, simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived half an hour early. Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk at around that time? I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, except for the autumn wing, that is. I see. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Gusto went. Sneaking into a building's pretty sus, however you slice it. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is evidence the witness is lying. The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gusto. If you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case. I wanted to see Frost's work up close. So I went up to the gem and sorry, guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw the lid was frozen on tight. So I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. As you do. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out. Fascinating. His is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of. Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kind. I am none too satisfied with Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it. Come on, there must be something. It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
Objection!
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal? Ms. Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me, but I had no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise. Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth? Gusto fell victim to the poison gas, that much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Yeah, but what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do. You're right, we may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He claims not to have had a motive, but that can't really be true, can it? If he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember? How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Yes, I think you might be right. When you think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves? Miss Scone denied the finger marks on the frame were hers. What if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he'd wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself. He asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. The number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. Use the camera to take pictures of the book. He thought he just lost track somewhere along the way. My father knows these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. My brain! Did he do the thing? Did he do the thing? He did the thing. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book? It'd be the perfect crime, so much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops. A sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had? Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain Frost was still alive? After the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled? No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chillywink's room for a little taste too. Mr. Frost had kept to himself inside his room after the contest had started, but he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into it to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. It wasn't even 11sies. But is it the murder or the motive with that? Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? Huh? So you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs while you were in charge of the flavor, is that correct? What can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up through the semi-final. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show what we could do, show that we were better than Tangaroa. They don't know about second breakfast. Why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him you had been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what he told me. In that case, why didn't Frost reciprocate and help Gusto in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. So why didn't Frost help you in return, I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder. Oh, that got a rise out of him. That's not how it was. Nuh-uh. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly. You stopped working together in a friendly way? Hard to imagine, but okay. Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces. Could I? I don't know. So you see, it can't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Tangaroa wasn't in his room. Well, about during tea time. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. Thank you, Couple Go. CPL Go, welcome. Thank you for gifting the sub to Unholy Ava. Things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last. Now you can bark, keep it up. There's other emotes, but do you need anything else? Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead. Oh, Corporal makes sense. Corporal Goat! Thank you. I guess you might need Bar Ahoy on occasions as well. Is it mind games time again? It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you. What is it? You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world. If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why'd you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? Random bullshit go. 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together? And why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. That's correct. Corporal! Thank you. Happy to have you. He seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Mind chess commence. Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills? You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible. That's all. I will expose all your lies in the end, Mr. Gusto. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, wanted to see if I could do an impression of you. Turns out it's easy. He's happy to bide his time as well. I'll need to pick my words more wisely.
Okay. What inspired you?
Yes. That's all. Frost's son and mine were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too.
Oh, so you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of world's greatest confectioner? Bide my time? Do we just bide our time?
I'm still recovering, so if you've got nothing to say, let me go back to the medical room.
Okay, so I have to attack while he's meditating. Okay. I get it. Yeah. Right, wait, it's bide my time when he's upset and then attack when he's meditating. Okay.
Wake up!
Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Kaboom.
Fine. It was me. I wanted that title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook.
I see. And since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened, a breakdown in your relationship, perchance? If so, I want to know why.
Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Push me too hard, and I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait. Then you'd better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience.
Mr. Goose is trying desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Now, as long as he's still keeping things from me, let's figure out what he was really after. Yippee.
There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning and fast.
You want more than just the title? You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of world's greatest confectioner even counts for that much.
Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner? My goal, my only goal was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me.
While he's upset, I bide my time.
Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now.
So you've improved?
You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Zhangfa for nothing.
I can't check my evidence, but ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We fucking got him.
He was out of the country for a period of time.
That fucks with the statute of limitations on murder.
I didn't know I have to do all the training for nothing.
Yeah, okay. Tell me more.
I looked up to Tangaroa, you know, spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son.
Sounds to me like Tangaroa's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday.
He didn't know, he thought it was a real cookbook. Which of course he did, but he didn't know. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. Wake up!
You claim that your only goal was to win the title, yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest prize, the ultimate cookbook.
The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner.
I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it.
And even if I did, what exactly is so wrong with that?
Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. I'm so glad they restore your time after each section. Let's find out why he wanted it. Did you need to help you make the sweets? Your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations? What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you'd sold it.
I don't know much about what was actually in there, but it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that.
You know more than you're letting on. Come now, Mr. Gusto, I think you know more about the Ultimate Cookbook than you claim.
They told us a little about it at the start of the contest.
Then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you?
And they weren't dessert recipes at all. I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know what was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook, to give it its proper title,
It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody had ever heard of. For some reason. So we did know the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. My clue. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Zhang Fa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. Go, my horse! You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Go, my horse. There it goes. Thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. Get horse hopped, idiot. Buy my time? I'm still recovering. All right. I'm supposed to attack him when he's sleeping. Shit. I fell for it. Yeah. My clue. Hiya. Bakushin, go. Okay. You needed medicine. Oh no. There's always a tragic twist. You're a confectioner, you know professional interest in revolutionary new medicines, which suggests your interest must have been personal. His son. Oh no. I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. He was? Tell me more. That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. Let's pry into his personal affairs. I can feel it. I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves. Was the book necessary? So you needed the cookbook to cure your son? Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication he needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give it my all to my work. What about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it. What makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made? Maybe by my time? Maybe by my time? Okay, fine. Shit. Damn. It was incuritis? Not again. I think you've made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries. I had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something. Nothing he tasted had any flavor. That seems like it could be an important clue. Tell me a little more about your son. He was my pride and joy. What do you mean was? You're my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him? You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything. He would have come see me here at the contest venue too, right up through the semifinal. Really? He didn't get in the way of your work? If you're trying to beat Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child. Well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest? Maybe he just said was because his son transitioned since 18 years ago. Maybe that's what it was, chat. Maybe everything's fine. Maybe everything's fine now. It wasn't that kind of illness, nothing life-threatening anyway. Afterlife. This feels like it could be an important clue. Transition corpse, could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more? Time to deploy my crew. You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. I see. That must have been very hard on both of you.
Of course it was. That's why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts.
Uh-huh. So is the cure for the flavor thing that I forgot the official name of. There we go. As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication. Hypergeusia. That was hypogeusia. Yeah, that was the one. One that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. What the hell? I know.
So he had it too?
Two, you say? So your son is a taste disorder then, am I correct?
How did I let that slip?
You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. Was that really the case?
Of course it was. What are you saying?
I'm saying I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. My clue. Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know, after all, you just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you are suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto?
I've had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest, made all my own entries, no problems.
There we go.
Sorry, I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest.
It's too late to claim you did it all on your own now.
Got him.
You would have us believe that you are a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. All so you could cure your own taste disorder. You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I'd kept it hidden for so long, 18 years, and nobody knew. Maybe said was because he was a terrible father, and his son, it was like, fuck that, I'm out. Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook. For the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money would bring in from Mr. Frost. Thus an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate. Right, it was his son that went missing. Because it was, Frost's son showed up for his inheritance. But then his son vanished.
Hurrah! I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed ageusia. Ageusia.
Oh, maybe hypogeusia and hypergeusia, and then a meaning the absence. Okay, all right. Oh, because hypogeusia would be like salt only, whereas is yeah, you can't taste anything. Okay, sure.
A confectioner's worst nightmare.
Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well? No, the big man had what they call dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. He suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest? There's only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done, and I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win. So you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning? Of course. What was it Fender said about what Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semifinal. Disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. We were told your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine. You want me to talk, I'll talk, but you're not going to like what I have to say. That's for me to decide and go, oh god, I don't like what you say. We were working together right up through the semifinal. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone.
If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. That's it. That's all there is to it. Happy now? Yeah, there don't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony. Not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years, after all. Let's try pushing him a bit, Mauserino. See if he can't shake something loose. I think I just might have to, Fender. Grab him, shake him. What did you do? Why'd you kill him? We're working together.
Hold it!
I had reach and he had flexibility. Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted while you handled the taste. Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman, and his sense of design was second to none. But he was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We each did what the other couldn't. Shake him. And boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics, not even the simple stuff. Well, bang, okay. Oh? Yeah? Oh? Whoa! How do you like me now? He's gotten good in the last 18 years. The national symbol of Zhangfa. Oh yeah, it's a phoenix. That's awesome. Pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago. It's a chicken. Behold the fruits of my training. I've dedicated my whole life to my craft, but back then we both needed each other's help, so we joined hands until the final. But I wanted to face Tengroa in the final on my own. No help, just me.
You were serious about winning the title then?
Of course, the art of confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I have wanted to be crowned the greatest? But I still had a lot to learn back then. Guess it's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch.
The title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was the cookbook too. And you wanted the book even more than you wanted the title. Isn't that right, Mr. Gusto?
Overruled.
Why? Mr. Edgeworth, you are badgering a witness who is still suffering the effects of today's attack. This is the first time a judge has ever said that line. I cannot allow this harassment to continue.
I understand, Your Honor, but...
Ignore him, Mr. Gusto. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. But please do continue your testimony in your own time. Uh-huh.
I helped Frost with his entry of mine. I did alone.
Hold it!
Yeah. You're saying Frost didn't help you at all? But he'd helped you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest, no?
Strange or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his reasons too. I wouldn't know.
If he's lying, it's gonna be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless that gizmo of yours has a built-in lie detector, Kay. If it did, I've stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now. Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No doohickeys assistance required. Please, Mr. Gusto, continue your testimony.
If I didn't taste good in the final, it's on me.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. And yet I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day?
No, nothing like that. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that.
But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight? I don't think he's gonna spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps I should ask him about something else. Yeah, semifinal? Did something change between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto?
Not really.
The only difference between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me.
Hold it!
So you really completed your final entry without Frost's help.
I may not have had his designs to lean on, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor.
So the visuals were the only thing that changed between the semifinal and the final. You sure, Gus, the old pal? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. Wasn't just its looks that got a big thumbs down come judgment time. He got trashed on flavor, too. Doesn't sound that much like a winner to me. Where's Eustace? He failed on flavor. The lack of Mr. Frost's assistance shouldn't have affected that. Was there some other difference? 18-year-old mystery, and the key to unraveling is finally in my grasp. Just remember everything Fender told me about what he told and my father discovered. Just remember everything real quick.
Hold it!
Can I press on this and then pick a different line of questioning? He didn't come so anymore. You know what? That's a good point. You're probably right. I forgot his suit was red because he made issues. He would hurt himself. You knew Mr. Frostman before the contest, correct?
You remembered, I see. My son and Frost used to go to elementary school together.
Hold it!
It was no coincidence that you both entered the contest, correct? Yeah, I heard about it first, then I told Frost. I knew he'd be interested. He was always short of cash for his sculptures. His very, very, very expensive sculptures. The cookbook is really worth that much, huh? I see that glint in your eye, kiddo. But don't get your great thieving hopes up. It was worth a lot back then. These days, you can find most of the stuff in there on any drugstore shelf. Aw, bummer. Literally every last contestant only ever had eyes for that cookbook. I see. An 18-year-old mystery. Okay, so it feels like the other one. More so than that. Let's go back. The blood just deoxygenated? Blech. Blech. Blech, blech, blech. Uh-huh. Semifinal. There's gotta be something I can press him on that's like connected to do I have any evidence about the assessment of his work? Test them. Concept red. Yeah. It takes a start. Yeah. Yeah. What do I have? I don't think I have any evidence that's actually about that, right? It has to be this last line though, because this is the one I can swap out. What else he said? I'm just hung up thinking about the fact that he lost his sense of taste. He claimed that that wasn't impacting his ability to work with flavor, even though on that final day, clearly something happened, or was the absence of Artie that made his flavor suffer as well. I've ever something else that changed that he's omitted. What else changed? Thank you for the help. What else changed between the semifinal and the final? Business file daily up through. Oh. I missed that line. Objection! It helps to read every line in the evidence. I can think of one significant difference between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto. Oh. Your son, this is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semifinal. Yeah, he was. What of it? What indeed? He was here with you until the semifinal when he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? His son was the taste tester. He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. I just wanted to see me hard at work to show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows, maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds. He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me. Indeed, thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? He prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss. Unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. Why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father? To taste it? He could eat it and go yum. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto. He was my biggest fan, of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no? What are you implying? You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. I'll admit it. You're good. I developed a gouge. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you, he was helping you by taste testing your work. Hagrag! Dang, now it all makes sense. Frost stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here.
You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I'd trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then. Did you now? My designs may have not been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation, that's all it is. In that case, I ask to speak with your son. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate. Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern. What? As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Zhangfa to start my training, and cut off all ties with the kid for good. What? You abandoned your own child? I abandoned my boy. That ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. The cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. So still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son? We've got to convict this guy of something, right? Okay. Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusto's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Why not? Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it's time for you to admit defeat. Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now. Proof or otherwise. Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm rotating in the corner, boss. Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be. I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. It's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is. Hey, Miles, sorry to cut in on your mind palace time. I was pondering something. Is his son Gumshoe? I don't know if the ages would even line up. He's 32, and he's 54. I mean, it's possible, but I don't see a resemblance. I don't think so. That would be insane. Oh, thank you for the bits. Our friend Goose didn't come here to check up on the body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? We might if Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence. That's quite enough idle chatter, Defense. Now if you... Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting. Speak of the devil. It's me, the devil. I take it you have the test results, Detective? Yes, sir. The lab just got back to me. He always has that kind of timing. Please, Detective, court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of? What? Hey, no fair. Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this? It's indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked them to carry it out. What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, all right. So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us? You're not gonna believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is... Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct. What do you mean, Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case? It's blood, Your Honor. It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body. What do you mean? Why would there be traces of your blood there, of all places, Mr. Gusto? Every time she uses the overruled line, I'm like, what did I do wrong? Why are you upset? But she's just interjecting. If you won't answer her honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought it said Me Gusto. Like, instead of Mr. Gusto. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case. There were traces of salt and sugar, too. There were. And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about what Delicia told us back then. What was it again? Did they ever? I never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life. I really wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit. That was unbearable. In the other photo you got there, this bit, the harpy thing. Gemini's liar. Yes, the liar and only the liar tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth, where did the salt in the liar come from? I've been wondering at the entire case, Your Honor, and I'm so glad you've given me this opportunity to tell you.
Take that!
I guess it's the salt lamp. But how? But how and why and how? Is that why it was a salt lamp from the entire... It was just to have salt on the scene? Okay. All right. That's some pretty good Ace Attorney bullshit. Okay. The lamp from Aya 7? Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the liar its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karmat established that both salt lamps were in Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood, but no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream. Why the fuck not? Hey, Viz. Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Yeah. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room were both broken. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor? We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe had Gusto's blood on it at some point? Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police, so the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Oh no, it keeps getting worse. And you are seriously suggesting the liar was used to do just that? This fuck-ass game. I am. I suspect the bloody salt was somehow applied to the liar so it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the liar undetected. And then in comes Delicia like, num num num, this tastes kind of funky. The reason he's here today is... 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility the body, the incriminating evidence, or both would resurface one day. So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try to cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the Aya 7 incident? Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you, that Samson. Ho, ho, ho. It's never that easy, an Ace Attorney. Gusto. So I finally got caught, huh? Never mind, sometimes it's that easy. All these years later, nobody came close back then, not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. Oh, but he's gonna, yeah, now it's time for statute for dummies. What is it saying? The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. It's suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. That's the more important, yeah. There we go, I skipped ahead. You murdered Artie Frost? Sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He had it coming. He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Get him! Seriously, Frost, we had a deal. Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces. Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose? What do you... Wait, you were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste.
I gave up everything to become the best. Everything. I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand.
You're right. I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder?
Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things? A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago.
You took the wrong lesson away from that entire experience.
My son never showed up on the day of the final, and in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
Maybe his son wised up to the fact that he wasn't there for quality time. He was there to be a taste tester and he said, fuck this, I'm out. Maybe it was literally his own actions that pushed him away. And you don't care? You're horrible. So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? I still feel like somehow it's not the 11th hour, we're at like 11:55. Somehow at this hour, Delicia Scone is still sus of something. She's just how did she not age in 18 years? What's her secret? I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck.
I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangaroa's room.
She's the son? Even 18 years ago? It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there.
But then Frost showed up.
Huh? I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook. Tut tut tut.
Frost!
What's this? A cure for taste disorders? Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything? What will people say?
If you tell anybody, I'll... Arg!
You're what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm?
Why, you...
Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him, knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it. So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow, so I scraped off all the bloody bits. I dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the heart.
And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish.
Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition.
So you decided you had to kill him?
Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think?
So that was the impetus behind it all.
Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part.
Inspired by the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess?
You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yep, figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy.
But why Samson? Why did you have to frame him?
I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scone's room?
There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant, and that's to cast suspicion on that person. Why? You tried to frame me, Gusty Pants?
Yep.
But why? Why poor old me?
I respected Tangaroa. He was the best. A true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Oh, Gusty, how could you?
And had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body would not have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bound here found it before I had a chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all?
Oh, why indeed.
Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did he need to freeze Mr. Frost's body? Why are you asking me? To obscure time of death? Maybe? To pass it off? To hide the true crime scene? All of the above? Is it all of the above? To hide the crime scene? The reason Gusto had to freeze the body was to hide the true scene of the crime from the police. So he wanted to confuse them over where it really happened? That's one heck of an icy glare. I mean, he didn't want to implicate Tangaroa and it was in his room. So why is that not? Okay, sure. Tell us. To obscure time of death. He needed to freeze his body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. There we go, bingo. Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never count on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse. I still don't get it, though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all? The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, we needed to disguise it, at least until it had fully frozen. How awful. Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder. Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan. He wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted. You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? No, it was Delicia's fault, actually. Well, I mean, it was everyone's fault. We all did it. All because I found the body? Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. Mostly. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. There you go. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor the body had vanished. So then, Von Karma had unwittingly placed Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body. I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Yeah, a better prosecutor would have been unsatisfied and dug deeper. Anyway, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right? Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record, so he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Tangaroa regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Yuck, 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 yuck. Sticks and stones, girlie, sticks and stones. What a jerk. I ought to arrest you right now, pal. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective. Nuh-uh. No, watch me. So you noticed, huh? Glad somebody did. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me. Well, what? You just confessed to Moida. Heck. No idea, huh? Then I guess I better lay it out for you. Yeah, but I have statutes of limitations for dummies. Just like, it's the kind of joke I would have made. Ugh. God. Okay, why you can't arrest me? I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I confessed otherwise? No, you can't out-stupid it. The statute's only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line? Once the statute's expired, he can't be charged, so... But... How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Gusto's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record. Is that what this... Just because he can't be charged, that doesn't mean it has to be stricken from the record. And that Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place. But we've finally proven that the police never had Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Gusto, surely Tangaroa's grounds for a retrial on that basis? Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. Why does this country suck so bad? The committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what. Smell it? Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. Thanks, Tom. The original Jabushi worshipped the goddess of law, not justice, and it's a good demonstration of the difference. Yeah. Because justice is different than the law. There must be something we can do, something to bring Gusto down. I'm gonna read this butt so hard. I killed Frost 18 years ago. Yeah. The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusto. It sure diminishes one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you. We can arrest you real good. I could have you in cuffs before you even blink, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? I think this issue isn't as open and shut as you're making it out to be, Detective. You're gonna what? His what? You can't touch me. It's too late for that. The statute of limitations is 15 years. Hold it. Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statutes may not have expired yet.
This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it.
Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident.
Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not so long after that, I went to Zhangfa to really buckle down and hone my craft.
That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact. I guess you were long gone by then.
Could be. I left, let's see, around a year after the murder. Yeah, it was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Zhangfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design. I'm the full package now.
Earth?
Objection! And all on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed. Here, what's an omelet without a few eggs? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor. You're evil. Sticks and stones. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters.
I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. I can push him further than the statements he just made. I should follow up on. I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhangfa, if you wouldn't mind.
Fine. I went to Zhangfa to train. I finally became the best in the world.
Hold it!
Zhangfa, and you were there for a while, I imagine?
Yeah, I left some time after the investigation had wrapped up. I'd been meaning to go there and start my studies for a while. And thanks to the hard work I put in... Whoa! Dragon Ball! My designs are now world-class.
Broku. He turned me into a confectionery, Broku.
Whoa, that's amazing!
You like it? It's yours.
Really? All right. You spent some time in Zhangfa training.
A seahorse. The statute of limitations for murder is 15 years.
Hold it!
I do see that horse.
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, okay, I don't need to go through all this again. Oh god. Oh god.
Why did they put the new line before the one? Oh god. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nothing particular, Your Honor.
No, let me just hit and throw the book. You do the math.
Hold it!
No. Never say never, Mr. Gusto. Nothing's impossible. Do the math.
Really? Come on, give it up. Your father couldn't catch me? What makes you think you can?
He would have solved the whole case if it hadn't been for Mr. Von Karma obstructing him at every turn. And now the statute of limitations. The statute of limitations is threatening to inter the truth of this case forever. It actually is the statute of limitations this time.
Don't listen to him, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't give up. Not now.
You're doing this for your dad, so we have to see it through to the end. It's also a clock. The truth is right there for the taking.
What kind of great thieves are we if we don't grab it for ourselves?
I'm not a great thief, but you're right.
Carmelo Gusto,
I won't allow you to make off with the truth.
Do your worst.
Been waiting for that typo.
You didn't have confessed otherwise.
Hold it!
Maybe. That was the only reason, because you knew the statute had expired.
Why else would I do it? Why would anybody?
Not that I planned on it ever coming out, of course. Why was that?
Because I'm finally the world's greatest confectioner. And petty stuff like this only gets in the way of me and my craft.
Yes, so you're more concerned about you and your rep than the fact that Samson's still rotting in jail? I've seen some pieces of work in my time.
But you're just flat out unforgivable. Who cares about forgiveness? I did what I did. I don't need you to understand any of it.
All right, Miles, it's official.
Uncle Eddie is mad, and that doesn't happen often.
You're not the only one.
But don't worry, he won't get away with this. Not if I can help it. Mr. Gusto's no ordinary opponent. He's gone 18 years without his crimes being exposed.
Think, there must be some way for us to arrest him. This guy's watched a few legal dramas before, but he's no lawyer, not like you and me. There's gotta be some loophole somewhere we can use.
There's gotta.
That's right. He's just an armchair attorney after all. There's no way he's read this book about the statute of limitations for dummies.
Objection!
Can't believe it. I can't fucking... I mean, I so can, but... Especially for Edgeworth. Like, for Phoenix to do this would be funny. For Edgeworth, of all people, to be like, here's this statute of limitations for dummies book that I was just handed by a judge, is so good. The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. No way. It's like someone hit pause while he was in Zhangfa. It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. But that will depend on how long you stayed in Zhangfa, Mr. Gusto. Uh-oh. We should have probably asked him before we threw this at him. I was there for 5 minutes. It was 3 years exactly. Oh my god. Does that mean... Wait, but then it was December and it's April now. It was 18 years to 15 years. Hold on. Nobody say anything until I've done the math. The murder happened 18 years back. Statue's 15 years, 3 overseas. 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way. Mr. Edgeworth, you did it. Why did he tell the truth? He could have lied. The statute hasn't expired after all. Is it time to explode? Yeah. Ha ha ha. Bingo! 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourselves. He's just been stringing us along this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now? I hate to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If Gustav staying Zhangfa really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're a few months short. Not enough, but... Well, I tell you, you can't touch me. I hate to admit it, but he'd read the board well when he made his confession. Oh, well, I guess he's innocent. See you next case. How unfortunate. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgments must be willing to pay the price should they fail. I despise everything you stand for. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed. Ngoo! There must be something I can do. I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Gusto to justice, then... Judes, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here. Far from it. Because there's still a way we can nail him. In court? There is? Alright, Miles Reno, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about. Which is? He wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Oh, he was accomplice. There's still one way left to us. What does that have to do with this? The statute is suspended for the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. And the trial lasted a year. Okay. Okay, alright, okay. There's still one way left to us. Crack open your statutes for dummies there and take a look. I did. Thank you. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done. Fender, are you? Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you. Legal precedence. Defeated with math. Now that's my kind of video game. Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So should I raise an objection and play that card or not? Nah, I think we should just walk away. Yes. My father and Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow. The one that seeks to reveal the truth. This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts. No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished. Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest? I do. Now to reveal something that proves the statute of limitations hasn't yet expired. Remember this book you just gave me?
Take that!
Or, oh, do I have to? Okay, never mind. It's the case documents. Never mind. Okay. Good thing I didn't take all my damage from that. The court rules the evidence is inadmissible, but it's the statute for dummies book. No! It isn't easy giving up on a lost cause. I will not give up. Yeah. It's gotta be in here, right? right? What was in here? Where's the question? Yeah? Where does it say that the case lasted a year? Is it not in here? Where else would it be? Am I just not looking at it? Is it right there? Throw it back at her. It was? Do I not know how to read? Mansion, 18 years ago. Locks only. Only spent 3 years ago. It's an accomplice. Oh, I'm not looking for the year-long case. I'm looking for, you're right. I was looking for where did it say that the trial lasted a year. Take that. Thank you. Very well. Is there a particular page you would like us to refer to? Suspect data. It's number 3 on the list. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year from his indictment for that verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The book you gave... I can't not laugh when he's like, this important legal document that I'm using to prove that we can arrest this man. This gave us details, certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Wait, what? Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice? Yep, guess you were in Shangfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you, and not good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tangaroa wasn't an accomplice to anyone, he was innocent, and you know it. Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If you spent 3 years in Shangfan, and your accomplice Samson Tangaroa was on trial for 1 year, it means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all. Oh my god, we got there. The goddess's judgment is infallible. Shut up! But that of her servants, that's what we said to you 1,000 times. How many times it smells like her? She's infallible, but humans are the ones doing. Oh my god. It seems the prosecutor in charge may have erred. May? The first thing she said was that he might have. Oh my god. Okay. Unbelievably, the autopsy report. We may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry. How could this? You weren't supposed to be. 18 years. That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. Time to pay the piper, Gusto, and not a moment too soon. Ha! But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything, even my son. More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever because the bills come due at last. Yeah? Hey. Oh. What's he? Oh, it's him. That's pretty good. Oh. Ha. Mr. Gusto's all set for his trip downtown, sir. Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so. Judes, I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last. I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Bound. But those actions are born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return on behalf of the prosecution. Oh, no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all, starting with those sculptures. Hey, Judes, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything. Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender. Those are big tears. Bring it in. Okay, or not. How about a hug? Okay. All right.
Sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now.
Of course. Okay, great. What a happy ending. Judge Cavell, why did you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. I am under no obligation to answer such questions. And you clearly have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you'll be called to appear before the committee in due course. Oh, I hope that's the next case. We show up and everyone on the committee's dead. That'd be rad. Now I must be on my way. My home planet needs me. She died going back to her own planet. What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything. Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. Why'd you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job. My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person. Edgeworth's a person? But he's a lawyer. I don't get it. Well, he's a prosecutor. You know what I mean. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner. That's going way over my head. I'm going home. Bye, Eustace. What was that all about? Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all. Mousy Wowsy. Yes? I just wanted to say old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That, and thanks for helping poor Sammy Poople. Of course. Hey, Edgy. Oh, God. I forgot Larry was involved in this case. Looks like he cleared everything up, huh? So what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Though I am loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that, thank God. Phew, quit it with the glaring, will you? Whatever I did, I'm sorry. Calm down, Larry, I wasn't glaring at you. Yeah, you totally were. You're just like your pop. He was a terrible liar, too. He was? Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You wanna come with? Yes, of course. Great, then I'm coming too. Women looking at them, he was sketching them? Yeah, but his brain turns off when he's sketching. What's Mr. Tangaroa like? Can't wait to finally meet him. Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. That's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike. Really, that sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try? Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could they have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Gummy, what are you doing here?
I heard y'all were coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him.
Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroa. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday. Thank you, Oswald. It's very nice to meet you both. Miles, here's Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me. Sure did. And now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth? Yeah, and then the body got stuck in the river, and then Judy did all that for me? Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. No, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangaroa, I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? Guess I better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof of the bond that they share? Don't let me fuck this up, chat. Shit. Can Is it the Camdy? The salt? I don't think it's the the blowtorch. Can I bounce slightly melted because of the rocket? Is it the poison gas? Candy, chocolate, candy.
Take that!
Have some chocolates. All right, sweet, thank you.
Judy made them, didn't she?
Just because, like, even after all these years, she's still making sweets?
But doesn't she see him all the time? Whatever. She did. They're super delicious and sweet. Miss Bound, continue making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day.
Okay, yeah.
So there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home.
Judy.
Oh. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you. Mash them against the glass. Don't worry, sir, I'll make sure he gets them later. Which will be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad.
Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model.
You don't say. It seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? Hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather, thank you, truly. Samson, bring it in. I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through the door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. Whoa, you go, big guy. The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close. Unless someone kicks in the door and says, but wait. Hey, Miles, thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me. Huh? What are you guys talking about? You know, Samson was wrongfully convicted. We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I can see that. But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, and I'm sure you will. Wait a minute. Does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free? Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. Because of things like legal contradictions. Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Miles Areno included, am I right? The potential for growth and change in people and the law, huh? So, Miles, are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you, one only you can answer. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I leave big time and I always repay my debts, but for now... Thanks again for today. I mean it. Okay, bye. We got about 3 seconds of his theme song. Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you? He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. Yeah, give us that photo. When I was a young boy, all I dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. Oh my god. Edgeworth & Co. Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. No. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy, Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Stop it. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me,
I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Yes! Your boy will be joining me in that soon. Excellent. Excellent payoff. Ah, good. Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? A right with a W? Yay. Oh my god. I'm glad we finished it today. Oof. We did it. We fucking did it. That was a good case. I quite enjoyed it.
I may not give my life for honor. I may not give my life for honor. But I would gladly give for you. I would gladly give for you. And when I hunger for a tree frog. And when you hunger for a tree frog. I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater.
Thank you for the image, JC Prophet. Now wait, 3 weeks for case 4. One of the best cases in the series from what I remember. 4 is better than 3? Well, dang. I'm not gonna have to wait that long. Because we'll be picking it up on Tuesday. Because no stream tomorrow, no stream Sunday. I'm out of town. We'll be back on Tuesday. And we'll unless something else takes precedence, I plan on picking up case 4. Starting right now. Yeah, no, it's late. My throat needs a break. Thank you so much. This was a lot of fun. I really appreciate y'all hanging out, chatting, helping me out when I needed it. A couple places I got stumped on there, but it was a fun time. Thank you. Yeah. Characters were solid. Very, very fun. I think it was, pacing-wise, was also nice. Having the flashback stuff paced pretty well. The fact that, about almost halfway through the case, maybe, 2/3 was sort of, the wrap-up of the flashback stuff, and then it just focused on present day. I think if there was another flashback that far in, I would have been like, oh my god, I'm so done. So, I think it was well done. It was a good time. Tykes has throw down? Yeah. Let me at him. Yeah, and they made Gregory a good time. We're gonna see some fun payoffs for some things. And it tugged at the old heartstrings. So let me get caught up real quick. Thank you for that big salute there, Optician. Lucy ate a murderer's blood. Yeah, that's some weird details on this. Thank you. Yeah. Trash Gremlin, thanks for the prime. Lucy in chat, thanks for 17 months. You had a goatee with 76. Apricot with 57. Dave, thanks for 71. Little Hog, thanks for 27. Peanut, thanks for 38. Tea sounds good right now. Froggo Prince, thanks for 22. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. Rojix, thanks for 6. Larry's had every mechanic used on him. I haven't been able to grab him and shake him through the screen yet. That's still coming. Wants to make a VR Ace Attorney. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. It's weird Larry isn't being annoying. I did have a bit of dread when he first showed up and was like, what? I'm not gonna tell you what I did. He ended up being pretty good. About as good as Larry could be. The writers avoided Flanderizing him 100%. That's also sort of the risk of it's different, right? It's not Shu Takumi. It's a side story. It's like a spin-off kind of thing. They could have just made him absolutely a caricature of worst possible version of Larry. And he was also he's still himself. It wasn't like he was not written well. It was still clearly Larry, but he wasn't the worst person ever. And his doodles were actually interesting. It was a nice, fun twist on the evidence. And you're like, hey, what's going on? So I enjoyed it actually. Atticus Finch. Oh yeah. Oh, back to Sims, please no. Smash my thanks for 100 bits. Eustace the Winner has what's called a hoge in Japan, or English idiot hair. A forelock of hair that sticks straight out on the character's head, originally a term used by hairdressers to describe cowlicks, or hair they couldn't comb down. It's Japanese media reflects the intelligence of a character. You can see where I'm going with this. He's got idiot hair, Your Honor. Malinor, thanks for 39 months. Ozul, thanks for 50 bits. You could put some pepper on him. Zavern, thanks for 77. Ozul, thanks for the bits. Bad, you're a loose cannon, but you get results. Smashman, thanks for the bits. The 5 tastes are sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and spicy, savory, umami. Which is it? The answer is that there's way more than 5 flavors, and we were all lied to. That there was the whole taste buds thing is kind of insane to me. JC Prophet, thanks for soup. The writers really said you're gonna cry today. Azul, they did come here to discuss the case, didn't they? Dodger and Dan, thank you both for those raids. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Exactly, thanks for 75 months. That's a pretty big number. That's my line. Azul says you're arguing there's no prosecutorial corruption when also calling Edgeworth corrupt. Yeah, even more so than cases 1 and 2. Well, more so case 2, I think. Which was a bigger impediment.
But they really ramped up Gavel being obnoxious to a very frustrating extent. Just like not just being a roadblock, but being very hypocritical, just like completely moving the goalposts and just like very, very frustrating to deal with. In a way that works. I'm not like actually mad at her character. It's a very effective use of that kind of character, but I'm like, what the hell is her deal? I am hoping there's payoff for why she's the way that she is. Yeah, because like, God, it seems like they're moving towards we're gonna get more about the committee in the future. And we have 2 cases to go, so we'll see what they do. Yeah, I really, it seems sincere to me, but it's like, what kind of made her the way that she is? What are the pressures on her that it's making her act this way? Corporal Goat, thanks again for gifting that sub to Unholy Ava. Oswald said they do a good job making you hate the villain in this case. The guy caused a whole series of overlearning how to mold desserts. JC, this fuck-ass game. Tom, once again, I want to point out that in the original Japanese, she worshipped the goddess of law, not justice. Yeah. Squeaks, thanks for 5 years. Popping in before I hop back to the start of the VOD. Keep it up. Oswald, thanks for the bits again. Thought him having gray hair was haha funny, exaggerate Ace Attorney gag to show his stress, but seeing his hair actually stayed that way at this part hurt a lot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, with what you're talking about with Samson, yeah. Yeah, it was like a sight gag of like, oh, his hair is white now, and like, no, yeah. And JC, thanks again for the hammy. But now we wait for case 4. I'll be back on Tuesday. Thank you so much for hanging and joining and watching and lurking and chatting, whatever the hell you've been up to. If you were here for some part of it, I thank you for sticking with me, sticking by, hanging out, whatever. All the above. Let's go raid Brooke Bright, who you may know as the director of a number of Jackbox games, including Doominate and Jackbox 11, which is out soon. Brooke streams. You should go follow her. She's playing some Blippo Plus, which sounds familiar. So we could raid with something. With something. I don't know. We raid with a Keep It Up raid? We could do a Keep It Up raid. That's kind of nice. If you don't have Keep It Up, you could I don't know. What's the good, what do you got? I got nothing. This game takes everything out of my brain. I have nothing in my brain right now. So truly, let's take stuff, it sucks. They made him pretty contemptible by the end, which is fun. It's fun to have a villain where you're like, oh, fuck this guy. like, not just like, oh, and I do it again too, but just like really finding some specific details to make him compellingly terrible. So, yeah. He says so much tragedy emotion, and he has zero remorse for it, and there was no, like, tragedy at the heart of it. I think those are my favorite cases, though. When there is a tragic core of, like, it was all based on a misunderstanding, and, like, oh, no. It gets into that, like, Romeo and Juliet territory. Of just this horrible tragedy that could have been so easily avoided. Oh, no. Like, that stuff's very good drama, but it's also just fun to have a shit-ass guy just fucking around. So, yeah. That's why I love AC2. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in there. Anyway, goodbye. Get the fuck out of here. See you Tuesday. Goodbye. Get the fuck out of here. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. Hope you enjoyed. Case 3. We did it. I gotta go. I gotta rest my voice. Have a good one. See you in the next VOD or whatever. Goodbye. Yeah, boo.